Episode 5 of March of the Confederates. We find the group at a campsite in the Moonwoods, having just battled with a bunch of phase spiders, coming out successfully, but feeling a little worse for the wear. They did have their hands full with the phase spiders. A couple people went down in the whole encounter, but they pulled through. And now figuring they better be fully rested, they camped out. That's where we find ourselves. They are traveling with the Dryad Lila Mosslash. Did not put on the. And they are headed towards her glen with her tree, hopes of encountering Green Dragon, Brydrig, the negotiating with it. So where we left off, I believe we were just getting ready to camp, or did we go through the camp?
We did do the camp.
Okay, because it looks like I'm here. I don't
Didn't
see.
we have
I didn't see anyone
some
long
magic
rested.
items that? Didn't we have some magic items that we were going to look at?
Yeah,
I think Anna used identify on them,
yeah,
and there was at least a short rest.
yeah. The short rest I see here. I don't see the long rest. So
I don't think we've long rested.
we haven't gone through the night.
Yeah.
Got it.
Dodged any potential random encounters that come. So I assume we're doing the regular rotation.
Yeah, I think so.
Who's up first?
That'd me.
All right.
What's that little white thing on me?
Looks like you're concentrating on something. You guys should probably stop your concentration.
Yeah, you guys have Ferris and LeFay both have concentration spells.
Oh, that's right. From my when I tried to make the ground bad.
All right.
And I'm guessing Jason probably is concentrating on Call Lightning.
Yeah, how do I end that?
Under your spell book.
Yeah.
Your character spell book. So if you go to the
to the left of the spell.
To the spell, yeah, there will be a concentration right there in the middle, like a kind of like a profile pic of a silhouette with like a thinking, and you just click on that.
To the left of the spell, where in the description?
To the left of the spell's name, and it's to the right.
So if you scroll down spells and you go to all light.
Yeah. I'm there. Then what?
Don't seem to be.
So the little
all light. What you are concentrating on.
I just did the right click.
So on the icon itself.
Yeah.
Right click on it and break concentration.
Okay.
Oh, there it goes.
Cool. All right, thank you.
All right, who's second up in watch rotation? Ray, your watch goes uneventfully.
Yep.
I can go. P100.
P100. All right, LeFay, your watch also passed. If I recall, the usual rotation is that Ferris, that third watch. If I'm
Yeah, usually it's Ferris, and then Connery takes the last one.
Hot sunrise.
Well, that you can't see in the dark.
All right, Ferris, your watch is also uneventful.
How'd you cut out? I didn't hear that.
Your watch would pass without event.
It wasn't my fault.
Conry,
Last up
Yep.
will be Conry's watch.
time to roll your 1. I know what's coming.
Yep. Here we go. You ready?
No, it is.
And that's a great roll.
42. I mean, I got the answer to everything.
That should be we won. We win it all.
Okay. Campaign's over. We got the best result.
Well, no, that just means that you know everything. What you know
That's right.
is that you're doomed.
Okay.
The
That
answer
sucks,
is
guys.
that we all die in the end.
Yeah, no one gets out of here alive.
All right, very good. Conry's doing his morning kata, and dawn breaks, and Anna's
Ouch.
spell expires.
Who's Don and why are they in the camp?
Yeah. What'd she break?
Give me a long rest now.
Yeah, go ahead and apply your long. Anna was just turn off the camera long enough for quietly.
What are you eating, Howard?
Egg rolls.
Yeah, you I got to do
What?
the unboxing.
It's Howard's D&D game and mukbang.
Yeah.
Do that.
Yeah, it's disappearing. I can't see it.
Yeah, we can't see it.
Oh, there it is. All right.
So, if I can go back for just a second, the stuff that we got in the last encounter, did we hand that out, or was there stuff in the party kitty?
Well, the last encounter was spiders, so I know Conry's harvested some fangs and some poison, but there
But,
wasn't like loot.
I thought we
well,
found some stuff on the bodies that were around there or something, didn't
yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, right. That I'm sure that would have gone onto the party funds.
we? We should check it because I think I'm not sure
Yeah,
we've done a
there's
great
the
job.
potion of supreme healing
Oh, okay.
That
that
came out
I'm
of that.
sure was added. Can
There
you
was-
confirm that, Howard?
There was gold and platinum and the one potion.
Yep, and it was
Okay.
the potion of supreme healing, correct?
Is correct.
And we added the gold and platinum. We're confident we did that.
totally.
Okay.
Unfortunately, there's no like history for the party funds sheet.
Yeah. I just was trying to remember. It'd been a little while, but sorry. Go ahead.
Well, that potion of supreme healing is a good.
Yeah.
Good potion.
Yeah.
Who got that?
It's in party kitty.
Who's carrying it?
Probably me because I've got the haversack, but I mean,
Okay.
It's
All right,
not
just curious.
determined who has it.
No, I'm just curious who. I'm just curious who has it, just in case it's needed.
The pixie.
Yeah.
Ray has the handy haversack, and then he's also he's got like a custom utility bandolier with pouches and all kinds of shit. So I'm assuming he's carrying it, unless somebody else wants to drag it onto their sheet.
No, that's fine.
So I guess.
Are you going? Sorry, are you going to drag it onto your sheet and take it off of party funds?
Well, we never really decided how we're gonna do that. We've always been able to just kind of pull from party funds like it's magic pockets.
Okay.
Yeah, I probably would offer that like I can give the supreme potion to my familiar with an order that if these certain people go down, to use this one on those people. And my familiar is intelligent, so that's not a problem.
I don't know. I think that supreme healing one that can just stay in the bag, and
That's fine.
if something happens to the familiar or whatever, and that's something valuable enough we don't want to lose.
Yeah.
Well, I would argue that it's not much value.
True.
Yeah, well, yeah.
So the
It's just
resolution is
stupid.
for now. It's in the haversack. Want to make a note on that in your.
I was gonna give it to the sprite, and then say like, I don't know, probably Ferris and Conry. If either one of those goes down, that she should
Well,
use the
what
supreme
happens if the
healing on
sprite
them.
gets killed?
Yeah, that's my question.
It's the same thing that if any of us get killed, she poofs out, and anything that she's carrying just drops, I assume.
So loot the bodies.
Yeah, it's,
Well, there wouldn't be a body to loot.
Yeah,
I
that's
think
the
it's
problem.
better.
Poof.
It's probably just better if we put it in the haversack.
Yeah.
It's one thing if it's a potion healing, right? No big loss, but
Mm-hmm.
that is kind of a big deal. And it's not like something we're probably going to take
Lightly.
lightly, right? I mean, it's going to have to be something where
if
somebody is really fuckered up.
if she was
Sure.
carrying any item like that potion and she were to be killed, her body would disappear, but the gear's real.
Right.
Yeah, if she was 50 feet up in the air, then it would have to take a save
It
to be
can
destroyed and shit like that.
drop
Plus
into
it
a
was
tree
in a-
branch.
plus
We
it
got to
was a-
climb a tree
Yeah,
to get it.
yeah.
Po-
mhm.
Potions are typically not put in glass vials. Glass is kind of uncommon.
Yeah, the
they're
metal
typically
vial or something.
metal or wood, so they are a little bit harder.
Now that's actually an interesting question. What happens if you, instead of having her killed, if she was carrying something and then I dismissed her, would the items go with her and then come back when she comes back?
No, no. And same is true of her dagger. You have to give that to her.
Okay.
It's not like a transformation process. Shape change. Physical. So with that, what is your resolution on what?
I keep hearing put it in the haversack. So
Yeah, haversack
I
it.
guess I'm gonna move it to the haversack.
Put it in your sack.
All right, so next up, you guys are going to continue your progress back towards the glen. That is Lila's home, hoping to have a chance encounter Rydrig. Correct.
Sounds like it.
Yes, I believe so.
And if and when that does happen, we're hoping to have a dialogue with Grydrig in which Anna would step forward and attempt to persuade him through flattery and kinds of positive showering of affection to see the wisdom of treating Lila more as an ally subject of. Is that also correct?
Believe so.
Yeah, by impressing
with-
upon his increased stature. Within
With the aim of him leaving her alone, right? Leaving the.
Yeah.
To stop his oppression.
The goal is to flatter him and say, "Oh, you're so great. You shouldn't. You don't need to do with this. That's beneath you."
Yeah.
Should be setting up shop somewhere so he could have pilgrims come to him.
The amazing green Grydrig. The
Give
magnificent.
him a book on how to serve man.
It's a cookbook.
By
Yes.
serving man, you mean how to prepare one on a platter?
Or spit.
Isn't that a Skyrim joke or? I think that's a Skyrim joke.
That's pretty old.
Yeah.
It's real old.
Skyrim's been around a long time.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Any housekeeping items, things you want to prepare, if and when you should have an encounter?
The
So
oh, go ahead.
that's good. So it remind me about preparing spells. Is now a time that we could prepare different spells.
Before you take a long rest, you can change your matrix of prepared spells.
Okay, so I missed my opportunity
Well, if you
until
want
another
to,
long rest.
if you want to amend that and change it, this is something your
Okay,
character would know to do. So
okay.
if you want to change,
I don't know if I want to do that, but that was more just a general question. So
okay. You have the ability to have you have innate spells and cantrips which don't count against that total. I believe you have 11 spell slots total,
okay.
and you can have that many spells prepared.
Some are always prepared. Does that 11 include those?
No, you don't have
Okay.
anything
So
that's
11.
you don't have to prepare anything that's always prepared, and you do not have to prepare a cantrip. They're always
Okay, thank you.
How do we designate that?
there's a little star on the right side.
Yeah,
Toggles between prepared and unprepared.
it's like a gear looking thing. Yeah, I think I've got all 11 prepared.
Mind you, certain spells require that you have an available spell slot. So you can only cast one 4th level spell. You can have 3 different ones of those prepared, but once you cast a 4th level spell, you're done. 4th level spell.
And you can cast certain spells at higher levels.
Right. So you could cast a 1st level spell at 4th level if it has an upscaling feature. Some spells do. So.
Do you see any? I was looking through my spells that might be beneficial to the group. I do have Pass Without Trace. I don't know if that's of any value for what we're doing, but basically, mask myself, my companions from detection for an hour.
Right. That's basically, you're not going to leave footprints or any other traces as you move.
Yeah, that doesn't mean you avoid detection. So, like, if we were
Kinda
trying to
loud.
flank, you couldn't use that to.
It says a veil of shadows and silence radiates from you, masking you and your companions from detection. For the duration, each creature you choose within 30 feet of you, including you, has a +10 bonus on dexterity, stealth checks, and can't be tracked except by magical means. A creature that receives this bonus leaves behind no. Oh, okay, so yeah, I guess it's just not the fact that you can't be detected, but you can't be tracked. I guess
It'd be nice if you guys were trying to set up an ambush and like I was sneaking around.
yeah.
There, but I think it's based off of you'd have to be the one doing the one.
Right. Okay, don't worry about it. That's
All right, other preparations.
I can't think of anything.
It does. Oh, it does grant +10 bonus on stealth checks. It does make you harder to detect. after you leave. Any other preparations, questions? Anything else you want to do just in case you have to fight a dragon?
I can't think of anything. I just I don't know. There's something we forgot. Can we roll?
Last call.
So
Seriously, it's been too long. I can't remember any of the other stuff we've discussed. So I don't know of anything that we were going to do.
well,
I
I had a
think
Summed
question.
it up already.
I had a question about guidance. Would
Okay.
that provide any? So guidance says you touch a willing creature and choose a skill. Till the spell ends, the creature adds a d4 to any ability check using a chosen skill. Could I then cast guidance on Anna for persuasion?
Based upon that reading, it seems so.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So I will do that when we see the dragon. There's no point doing it now, but there you go.
Yeah.
Now I know.
Why am I not seeing guidance on your sheet? Oh, there it is.
It's a cantrip. You can see it under my cantrips.
Yeah, it only lasts a minute though, so I have to do it right.
Yeah, that's right. That's why I said it's no point doing it now. Just when the dragon shows up.
Have to be in touch range for when that.
Okay. I'll hang close.
All right. We'll assume that that's going to be your course of
Good
action.
touch, not bad touch.
That's right.
Aaron, does Anna consent to this touching?
Yes.
Now the creature probably has to be willing. Yeah, willing creature. Yeah.
Right.
All right. Okay. In this, always want to have, positive affirmation of consent here. Want any unwanted touching? Any other preparations?
That's what we need to tell the Green Dragon is, he needs to stop with the Harvey Weinstein, look and get a little.
I think he's going to P
That
Diddy
may
level
not
at this
be
point.
the
Yeah.
persuasive angle I would recommend taking.
Ask him how many
We
bottles.
don't know if he follows
how many
social
bottles of
media.
baby oil he has.
I don't think you can shame a green dragon. I don't know.
Yeah, he'd be like, "Let me show you." Oh no! Close your eyes.
Yeah, might be actually negative because for a green dragon, being like Harvey Weinstein might be a good thing
That's right.
or a bad thing, which is what they want.
All right. These are all been good questions. Any more?
No, not till we get right into it. Then we'll ask 50 questions.
That's what I anticipate.
Yes, exactly.
That would be par for the course.
You have to be self-aware, you know.
All right. So the group gets up, goes through their morning rituals, packs up their gear, and makes way. Lila is ambiance would be good. I'm waiting quite a while for this day.
Doesn't look like the glade.
No, it doesn't, does it? Very observant of you.
This is not the glade you're looking for. Move along.
Here. Adjustments. No. Heavy on the offcuts for me. All right. An autosave happened.
Huh.
Thanks for laughing. All right. We think we're ready. What?
Uh-oh.
No, I'm good.
The party moves cautiously through the dense undergrowth of the moonwood, their eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger. Lila Mosslash guides them, her presence a beacon of calm amidst the oppressive gloom. The willowy form blends seamlessly with the forest, her movements graceful and deliberate as she leads them closer to their goal. The air is thick with tension, each step presumably bringing them nearer to Lila's glen. The trees around them grow taller and more twisted, their branches intertwining to create a canopy that blocks out the sun. The adventurers' breath are shallow, their senses heightened by the knowledge of of the peril that awaits them. As they continue to move, a sudden ominous silence falls over the forest. The birds cease their chirping, and even the wind seems to hold its breath. Adventurers exchange uneasy glances, their weapons at the ready. Without warning, a shadow falls across the path ahead. Massive serpentine form descends from the canopy, landing with a thunderous crash on the ancient tree above them. The adventurers freeze, their eyes widening in fear as they behold the green dragon, Brydrig the Cunning.
Brydrig. Oh, he's not that big.
Yeah, I was gonna say he actually turns out to be like one of those little tiny flying dragons. He just happened to be through the
Pseudo
miracle of Hollywood. He
Right,
appeared to
right,
be
right.
bigger.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
He
Let's
only
just-
looks small
Yeah.
enough.
He's got little dragonfly wings.
We ran out of special effects budget.
Yeah, you were out of special effects budget.
It's placeholder asset.
Right,
Careful, the perspective might be off.
right.
What's he doing to that tree?
Yeah, exactly. He reminds me of Max, but with wings. You remember Max?
I do remember Max.
Brydrig's emerald scales shimmer in the light, his eyes gleaming with malevolent intelligence. His voice, a deep and resonant growl, sends shivers down their spines. Oh well, he rumbles, his gaze sweeping over the party before settling on Lila. What have we here? My little dryad consorting with these troublemakers once more. What treachery is this? Lila shrinks back, her fear palpable. Master Brydrig, she stammers, her voice trembling. I was only guiding them through the forest. I mean them no harm. Brydrig's eyes narrow, a sinister smile playing across his lips. Is that so? And yet, here they are, armed and ready for battle. What could they possibly be seeking in my domain? Here I'm seeking affirmation that Anna's going to step forward and try to persuade him.
Ray will attempt to give bardic inspiration, even though he is not a bard. You got this.
You got this.
Well, I'm assuming she's going to walk past me. So when she does, that's what I'm planning on giving her a little guidance.
Giving her the tap.
She does move to step forward, and she'll get close enough that you can give her a quick little spell.
Low 5.
What I would like you to do is make a die roll real quick. See how subtle you are.
Okay. Would that be stealth?
Sleight of hand, maybe stealth.
Let's do sleight of hand.
Sleight of hand.
Inspiration.
Sure, that's not a bad idea. I'll use my inspiration on this. I'll
All right.
never use my inspiration.
All right. Roll
So
sleight
that's
of
at
hand.
advantage.
At advantage.
Is that right? Okay. At advantage.
Okay.
Oh man, that 17 was almost there.
All right.
You should have given yourself guidance on your sleight of hand before you rolled to give guidance.
I think it quite stacks that way, but a nice suggestion. The tension in the air is palpable as Gridrick's gaze sweeps over the adventurers, his eyes filled with a dangerous mix of curiosity and malice. Before the situation can escalate any further, Anna, the graceful dancing bard, steps forward with an air of confidence and calm that seems to momentarily distract the dragon. "Hold, mighty Gridrig," Anna calls out, her voice carrying a blend of respect and eloquence. "Before you unleash your wrath, perhaps there is another way. A way that benefits all parties involved." Gridrig's eyes narrows, focusing intently on the elegant figure before him. "Speak quickly, bard," he growls, his patience thin. "Why should I not simply destroy you all and be done with it?" Anna's voice remained calm, but carried an air of reverence as she addressed Gridrig. She bowed more deeply this time, allowing her words to flow with carefully measured flattery. "Great Gridrig, cunning lord of the Moonwood, your reputation precedes you, not just for your strength, but for your intelligence and mastery over these lands. It is well known that those of unparalleled wisdom can rule the delicate balance of the forest as you do. But power, true power, is more than mere dominance. It is the ability to inspire loyalty and respect in those who serve and live under your rule." Gridrig's wings shifted slightly, a subtle sign of interest, though his eyes remained fixed on Anna. Anna continued, her voice like honeyed silk. "Your minions, those who follow your commands, may fear you, but fear alone will never breed true loyalty. It keeps them in line, yes, but imagine how much more powerful your reign could become if they respected and revered you, not just out of fear, but out of genuine admiration. A ruler who inspires trust, one who shows wisdom in fostering alliances, gains more than obedience. They gain unwavering devotion. Even among worms, such benevolence would not go unnoticed." She paused, letting her words settle before shifting to the heart of her proposal. "By allowing Lila to continue her guardianship of the forest, not as a subject of fear, but as a loyal ally, you demonstrate a level of leadership that transcends brute force. Lila, with her deep bond to the woods, could serve as your eyes and ears, alerting you to subtle shifts within the forest before any threat has time to manifest. You would be seen not just as a dragon who demands tribute, but as a protector of the Moonwood, respected by its inhabitants and feared by those who might dare intrude." Gridrig's sharp reptilian gaze flickered towards Lila, his expression still unreadable, but Anna could sense a possible shift in his demeanor. "And what more," Anna continued, "such wisdom and restraint could elevate your standing among your kin. Imagine the tales that would spread, not of Gridrig, the tyrant who rules by fear alone, but Gridrig, the wise and benevolent master of the Moonwood, a ruler who knows when to strike and when to extend his claw in peace. Even other dragons would see your dominion as one built not just on strength, but on sophistication. Your status would be unmatched, a worm to be admired more more than just for his cunning, but for his far-sightedness as well. Dragon's head lifted slightly, his eyes narrowing as he considered Anna's words. She touched upon something deeper, something that every dragon, even one as cunning as Grydrig, held close: the respect and recognition of their peers. Your brilliance would shine not just within the forest, but beyond it. You would not be remembered as a brutish dictator, but as a leader worthy of song. I promise you, great Grydrig, when I return to Silvery Moon, I shall speak of your grandeur to every bard that I know. Your name will be whispered not just in fear, but in awe. The Moonwood will become synonymous with your name, and those who hear it will know that it is ruled by one who commands respect on every front. Anna's words lingered in the air, and the silence that followed was thick with tension. Lila, though clearly still frightened, looked at Anna with newfound hope. Ryder's eyes slowly narrowed slits, his thoughts impenetrable, yet there was a gleam of something anew in his gaze, a consideration that had not been there before. And we, as travelers, Anna concluded, seek nothing but the preservation of peace and beauty within this land. Our paths crossed yours not by chance, but by fate. We know that your wisdom will lead to a decision that benefits all, especially one as mighty and intelligent as you. With that, Anna bowed once more, her eyes never leaving the dragons. All right, Anna, or Aaron, it's time for that die roll.
Don't forget you have inspiration.
That was really good.
That was good, Anna. I'm
Advantage.
impressed.
You got inspiration. You got a D4 from guidance. You've got a plus D0 from Ray's bardic inspiration.
All right,
Okay, let's see here.
your target is DC 20. This is a tough task.
Inventory. Okay. Oops. Let me see. Where is it? Okay, so let's see. Persuasion.
Persuasion, at advantage, I assume you're using your inspiration here, correct?
Yes. Yes, I am.
And you get to add Anders D4 on top of that.
Okay. All right, everybody. Here we go.
Find out if we're fighting or
Fighting or flighting.
There you go.
Go ahead and add the D4. Ooh, 26. A long cutscene.
Huh.
As Anna's words hung in the air, the tension around the glade seemed to thicken. Frederick remained silent, his massive form coiled around the ancient tree, scales glinting in the scattered beams of sunlight. His sharp reptilian eyes flickered between Anna and Lila, his expression inscrutable. The silence stretched on, each second feeling like an eternity. The dragon shifted slightly, his great wings rustling like distant thunder as he contemplated the proposal. His tail flicked lazily, carving deep grooves in the earth beneath him. The cunning eyes that seemed to sharpen, yet there was a glimmer of something deeper, perhaps respect, or at the very least acknowledgement of the wisdom of Anna's words. Your words, bards, are more than mere flattery, Grider rumbled, his voice a low growl that reverberated through the trees. You speak of worms as if you know us well. Perhaps you have learned more of our ways than most would care to understand. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over the group. Among dragons, wisdom is often mistaken for cunning, and cunning mistaken for brute force. But true rulers know the value of alliances, of loyalty earned rather than taken by fear. Anna remained composed, her gaze steady, waiting for the dragon to finish his deliberation. Grydreg let out a low, thoughtful hum, his tail stilling. Perhaps there is merit to what you say. Perhaps I could rule this forest not only with fear but with wisdom, as befits one of my stature. You're correct that my standing among my kin would rise, not just as Grydreg the tyrant but as Grydreg the sophisticated ruler, feared and respected alike. Such a reputation would echo through the halls of worms. Dragon's gaze shifted to Lila, his eyes narrowing. Words alone are not enough to secure such a reputation, are they? Actions must follow. Trust must be earned. For that, I require more than just your promises. Anna felt a flicker of hope. Grydreg was no longer merely toying with him, he was considering the possibility of a true alliance. She inclined her head slightly. What do you require of us, mighty Grydreg? We are prepared to prove our sincerity. Grydreg's eyes glinted with a calculating light, and his lips curled into a subtle, sinister smile. If I'm to embrace this new path, then I must extend my influence beyond the forest. Speak of alliance and respect. Those things are not given freely. They are earned through action, through connections. He leaned closer, his voice a deep, dangerous whisper. There is one among the elves of this forest who hold knowledge that I desire. Thedaluan Ziltris, elder of the Aruchan Ithil clan. His wisdom would be invaluable to me, and I seek an audience with. The adventurers exchanged uneasy glances. The Aruchan Ithil, a reclusive clan of moon elves, were not known for their openness to outsider, especially not dragons. Anna could sense the weight of this new task, but there was little choice now. They had come too far to turn back. Anna stepped forward once more, her voice steady. We will seek out Thedaluan Ziltris and arrange a meeting. In return, you will cease your threats towards Lila and allow her to protect her glen without fear. Grydreg's wings unfurled slightly, a gesture of satisfaction. His voice rumbled like distant thunder. Very well. I shall await your return. Know this, Bard. Should you fail me, my wrath will be swift and merciless. I will not tolerate betrayal. Anna bowed deeply, her voice unwavering. Understood, great Grydreg. You have our word. With a powerful beat of his wing, Grydreg lifted off from the tree, his massive form disappearing to the canopy above. The forest seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief as the dragon's presence faded, though the weight of his words lingered heavily in the air. Adventurers watched him vanish. As the adventurers watched him vanish, they let out a breath that they hadn't realized that they were holding. Relief washed over them, though the knowledge of the task ahead settled like a stone in their stomachs. Lila, still shaken, managed a small, grateful smile. Thank you, she whispered, her voice trembling with a mixture of fear and hope. You've given me a chance to live in peace. Anna placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. We're not finished yet. There's still much to do, but we'll see this through together. The group gathered their thoughts, knowing their next step was a dangerous one. Finding Thedaluan Ziltris and convincing him to meet with the cunning dragon who now sought to rule the Moonwood with more than just fear.
Mm-hmm.
Well, looks like we're going to find
We're going on walkabout.
what's his name? What's his name again?
Thedaluan Ziltris. tell you one thing about this
Yeah.
game. They don't make names easy to pronounce.
Theodululin Zutris. I'll just call him
That sounds like an
X.
active ingredient in a pill.
Well, it's close to Theoden, right? Lord of the Rings,
Hmm.
King of Rohan. Theoden King.
So I guess this is a demand, and we're gonna do it.
I don't think we have a choice, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, it's either do this or fight the dragon, right? I think that's
Yeah.
at this point. All right. Well, do we have any clue? I guess. Yeah. Do any of us have an idea of where I'm going to call him X? X is located.
I bet the Dryad does.
Well, it's at. We'll ask the Dryad then.
Actually, someone else in your party does, and I'll get to that in a moment. Did you
Sure.
have any questions about what you heard?
Well, my understanding is we go find X and we convince X to meet with Grydrid and arrange that meeting, and that's pretty much meeting our obligation.
That's correct.
Sounds like it.
And if that's done, then Grydrid should stand by his word to leave, kind of let Lila be and live in peace and harmony.
Well, where are we going to do
Till
this
he gets
meeting?
tired of yeah, till he gets tired of doing it.
Yeah, right. That's exactly right. He's a dragon.
Yeah, but you got to think we're getting stronger faster than he is. So down the road, the gap will be narrower. Narrow.
Easy for you to say.
It's a lot of XP sitting on that branch up there.
Heavy doesn't kill us.
Sounds like it took everything Brad had not to just open fire.
Well, I don't have Uhtred anymore, so, and I am rolling for hit die now, so.
Well, yeah. So I guess we'll ask Lila if she. Or you said so. We asked Lila if she knows where X is, and sounds like she doesn't, but somebody else might.
Well,
Oh, we have an elf in our party. He might know.
Yeah, he's
Right.
half elf.
yeah, well,
He only knows part of the way there.
there's more to the epilogue. I just want to make sure that came across clearly.
Yeah, I think we got it.
Okay. After striking a tense bargain with Gryderig, the adventurers prepare to move on, their minds already turning to the next challenge ahead. Lila, her presence as solid and real as the ancient oak she is bound to, steps forward to bid them farewell. Thank you, Lila says, her voice soft yet filled with emotion. I will return to my grove and await news. Please bring me word once you have secured an audience with Theodululin Ziltris. Raid nods confidently. We'll take care of it, Lila. Stay safe and we'll see you soon. One by one, the adventurers bid goodbye, their expressions a mixture of determination and resolve. As she disappears into the depths of the Moonwood, the group gathers to discuss their next move. Ferris, who had been quiet for much of the discussion with Grydrig, finally speaks up, his tone serious. There's something you all need to know, he begins, glancing around at his companions. I'm not from Galadoran Tenyu, but I did grow up with the Arakor, the tree wardens of the Silverwood. My village is called Galoneldil Arak. The Arakor have a trading relationship with Aruchan Ithil, and I've made the journey to Galadorn Tenyu a couple of times when I was younger. Anna looks at Ferris with curiosity. Does that mean you can get us in? We need to meet with Theodululin, but you've already said that strangers aren't welcome. Ferris nods, though his expression remains cautious. It won't be easy. The Aruchan Ithil are extremely secretive and protective of their home. They don't take kindly to strangers, even those they trade with are watched closely. But I know the way, and I might be able to talk us out of trouble if things start to go south. It's all about showing respect and knowing the right things to say. Connery, ever the pragmatist, asks, so what's the plan? How do we approach this without getting ourselves killed? Ferris considers the question carefully. We need to approach with caution. The closer we get to Galadorn Tenyu, the more vigilant we'll need to be. I'll take the lead, and if we run into any of the Eritrean Ithil, I'll do the talking. They know me, or at least they might remember me, so that should buy us some time. But we can't afford any mistakes. One wrong move, and they could decide we're a threat. Ray crosses his arm, his mind already working through potential scenarios. So, no sudden movements, no unnecessary risks. We'll follow your lead, Ferris. If you think fast talking will keep us safe, we'll back you up. The Fae, ever protective of the natural world, adds, we'll have to be on our best behavior. The Aruchan Ithil respect the forest, and any sign of disrespect could be seen as an insult. We should make sure we tread lightly. Xander, his golden eyes thoughtful, nods in agreement. We need to present ourselves as allies, not invaders. If we can show them that we're here to help, not harm, it might make things easier. The group agrees, their resolve solidifying as they prepare for the journey ahead. Ferris takes a deep breath, steeling himself for the task of leading them to Galadorn Tenyu, a place few outsiders ever see. The path ahead is fraught with danger, but his knowledge of the Aruchan Ithil and the group's determination, they set off towards the hidden village. As they move deeper in the moonwood, the trees grow taller, their branches intertwining to form a dense canopy above. The air is thick with the scent of pine and earth, and the forest around them seems to hold its breath, watching their every move. The adventurers know that every step brings them closer to a place where one wrong move could mean disaster. They also know this is their only way forward.
You know, it probably would have helped if we had figured out what it was the Green Dragon wanted to ask.
I doubt he would have
I think
told
he
us.
just
but-
wants an audience. Yeah.
But he's like, get me the audience and I'll do the talking, you know.
Yeah, that's what it sounded like.
Yeah, but I mean, if you wanted to talk football scores or something, then
Well,
that
you
would
know,
be a lot easier sell than if he wants.
Ray's just going to keep silent right now because you never know who's listening.
Yeah.
Yeah, the best approach is just to be upfront and honest. Look, we're here we're helping the what's her name, which I'm sure they know of.
We're trying to negotiate a two-state solution here, and
And we know how well that works.
yeah.
I have a question though. Does anybody besides Ferris speak elf, or is it just him?
I think I might.
I do not.
Where would
Yeah,
that be?
sorry.
Here we go. Languages. Yeah.
I can hit
Do
it
you,
with
Anna?
Thieves can't, but
No.
Canada. Just
just-
Connery?
Yeah.
You do the talking, Connery.
Oh shit! I thought
Maybe you
I
could
thought
try-
I thought it was up to
I think you
Ferris.
have more charisma than Ferris.
Maybe you can just translate for Anna, right?
Right, there we go.
well, Ferris can always just go up and give him a big hug. That's how he communicates.
That's right. Yeah, yeah. I speak Draconic, Sylvan, and Elvish along with Common. So
Oh wow. Okay.
yeah. I'm a polyglot.
I do have comprehend languages.
So I think I can read languages.
Let me see. What do I
Take a
have?
bathroom break while you guys are deciding that.
Yeah, I have comprehend languages as well.
Yeah.
Do I have that?
So do you go, is the
But I
plan?
don't
Do we
think
want
that
to
lets
know?
me speak it. It just lets me understand it.
Yeah, I don't have that stuff.
I
Oh,
could
I have
yeah,
tongues.
well,
I have tongues.
got it.
Well, yeah. You
We
never
want to try
know.
to meet. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, the way it's looking, if we get just us able to talk with them and tell them the thing, they might send us on another thing that they don't want to leave their area for. So
No, that's fine. If
this might be a long road.
that's fine.
Well,
I mean, I'm
Yeah.
not in a hurry to get blazed by a dragon. So,
Yeah.
It's not blazed,
right.
it's gassed.
All right. Well, I guess we set off.
all right. So I do have tongues.
Yeah.
I have 3 slots of tongues if that should come up if it's
Right
needed.
on. Before
So-
the dryad Layla heads back to her tree, I ask her if she has like a token that we can use to communicate with her once we have the results, so that we can successfully sync back up.
No, unfortunately, she doesn't know how that could be accomplished. He suggests that perhaps you could send your pixie.
Ray's having flashbacks to the last familiar that we brought with us out here.
Or Robin that got killed.
Yeah.
Also, I had a question for her too. Is there anything that we could bring with us to show the elves as a sign that we're not just doing some random name dropping, to show that we actually do know her and that we are trying to actually help her and not just something that like we're just dropping her name and they're gonna believe that, you know.
That I do have another question after that one.
He says that she doesn't know the moon elves all that well. He only knows of them, never interact with them directly.
Mhm.
I think moon elves are the manic depressive ones.
I thought they're the
thing that I
emo
wanted-
ones.
Yeah,
They-
the
they
thing that
tend
I
to
wanted
not
to do
like
was like
outsiders. Yeah.
an investigate or something like that, where the green dragon had been, to see if there's any like loose scales that fell off that could be used as proof.
Any dander. He's got dragon dandruff.
I'm looking for dandruff, but
Okay.
Little CSI action there.
little stuff shed.
All right. Go
Hey,
ahead.
this is right up my alley.
Roll perception.
I'll help him out.
Okay.
All right.
You guys scour the area underneath the big oak.
Oh.
You do a very thorough check. The only signs of him being there was the scars he left on the tree. He didn't leave any of his own stuff behind.
He left no residue. Get out the black light. Oh my God!
I
No
was actually
dragon.
thinking Jurassic Park.
No dragon scat.
Don't step over there. Don't step over there. No, you don't know. You don't want to see that.
See, that's how we beat him. He's so disgusted that we're digging through his crap. He's like, "Oh, you humans are disgusting. I want nothing to do with any of you."
I'm sure he'd probably be like, "We'll kill it with with noxious poison gas."
All right. Well, I was hoping
And
to
were
have
you
a little
suggest
physical evidence, but go with what we got.
and in your question, were you suggesting like gifts, bribery, or just whether they'd be enticed by bringing them gifts or to show our friendship? Is that where you were going with that?
Just more of something where, because moon elves are they're distrustful of non elves. I mean, non elves in general. So I wanted to, just kind of bring something that showed that we weren't just kind of randomly dropping a name here or there, uh, to
That was
show
some
that yes, we actually do know this person, and yes, we really are trying to help her,
that
not
was
just
some okay. I got you. Okay, so yeah,
yeah,
some proof of the dragon or these people.
yeah.
So when
Well,
Ferris used to go
wouldn't
to
we be taking the dryad with us?
Yeah, it sounded like she was piecing out.
I don't think
Yeah,
she's
she's like
going.
noping.
No, she's
It's like good luck.
I'm pretty sure she
Yeah,
knows.
she's going
thanks,
But
back.
guys.
She's going back to her
do
glen.
Yeah,
yeah, do we know the elves well enough to know if I think bringing them a gift to show
right,
friendship could be a good idea to help gain their trust.
right. Well,
If we thought that would be effective.
if Ferris did that in the past, where he traveled to meet with them, he would know something they like, toilet paper, whatever.
Right.
Soap,
A
deodorant,
bong,
So
a bong. Yeah,
It
a
glass
smoking
blown bong.
what do they call that over here? They don't call it bong. What do they call it? Glass.
A hookah,
No,
water
they,
pipe.
they they call it something else really stupid, like novelty glass. Novelty
Yeah.
glass. So it's not it's not paraphernalia.
well, or maybe there's herbs, like LaFay could maybe find
Double
some
down on it.
herb kind of thing,
Yeah.
moss and mushrooms, that kind of thing that they find useful. Not necessarily, it doesn't have to bowl them over like,
Peyote.
oh my God, thanks for you save our lives. But like, well, that might be useful.
Maybe they're a Joe Rogan fan. They need some DMT.
All right. So would Ferris know any kind of gifts of friendship that they would appreciate that would help gain their trust?
Yeah. Ferris, roll insight.
Stand by. I'm going to use my inspiration.
Okay.
You're inspiring.
So you made 3 trips in your younger days on these trading trips. You were allowed to go 3 times, and it was very much trade. It was items that the elves in Silverwood made, and they would trade for items that the elves in the Moonwood made. The elves in the Silverwood had access to metals and so forth, so they could make weaponry that the Moon elves couldn't get very easily, being wood. And they prize very much natural beauty. So a lot of their art and a lot of their crafts reflect the natural beauty of the Moonwood. That's where their values seem to lie.
So that's valuing metal was one thing, and then valuing the natural beauty of the natural world was the other.
Yeah, the Moonwood's beauty.
What kind of weapons?
Arrowheads and you know, swords and so forth, shields, things that they, you know, armor that they could not make. There are no. There's no mines in the moon.
Yeah. Natural resources.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we go back to Silvery Moon and buy some arrowheads and some. I don't know what kind of armor they'd want. Probably not leather, right? Because they could probably make that. But
Yeah, it sounds like some metal objects. Do we have anything? Do we have anything in our inventory that we'd be willing to give up? That's kind of just a gift.
I don't have anything that would be impressive for him.
Oh, we got some silver. I have silver tipped arrows that didn't amount to much aside from just being
I've
silver.
got a shield.
So
what kind is that?
those-
Oh, it's wood.
Those
Oh,
silver
wood and metal.
those silver tip arrows are especially useful for fighting shape changers. And the moonwood does seem to have a bit of a problem with shape change, given action balloon.
Yeah.
how many do you have?
I believe I got 8 left. Let me double check.
Would 8 arrows or even a full quiver be enough to like impress them?
Yeah, I'm guessing we need to.
We may have to go back into town to shop.
I would point out that going back into town means trudging all the way back through the Moonwood to Silvery Moon, then back again through the Moonwood to where you are deep.
Right, but we don't seem to have the trade goods on hand.
Well, I mean, I've got
Is
stuff
there-
like my.
I've got
Yokel
eight of them.
I
Yeah, I
guess
don't know, I
we
think
have
we
some
need to give 'em-
gems.
30 or 40 of those things.
I've got a hammer and a crowbar.
I got a skillet.
I'd be willing to part with my Yikola.
I think we should all throw a Yikula in.
Ha 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 ha!
Just to deal with it. We've got like 5 gems that we have no idea how much they're worth. And then we've got the shambling mound pieces. And then the phase spider pieces.
What were the shambling mound pieces again? The 9 moss patches.
Moss
12
patches, some vines, and a root stem.
Would they appreciate that?
Ferris?
Ferris doesn't have any experience trading in things like that. Not sure if they would be interested or not.
Is there a small
I guess we
city
could
or
give
town?
them the doses of Ray's physical therapy. It is a delicious green apple flavor. And we've got multiple doses of that.
I'd be willing to donate my paper because I think that would be something interesting and unique that they definitely probably wouldn't have.
Mm.
I have some +1 arrows too.
Let's not get nuts now.
Yeah, it's not giving the good stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we're dealing with
Well,
a
just
bunch
in
of
case.
savages here, so. I don't know
Well,
how
they
we
aren't
can-
savages.
I mean, we could give them some
If
smallpox.
we have to sweeten the
blankets, too,
pot,
but-
I'll offer them my vicious mockery.
Is there a on the big map? Is there a trading community nearby other than Silvery Moon?
There is one village inside the Moonwood itself.
Why don't we ask the Dryad if she has anything?
She said she didn't, right?
He uses
Yeah.
all natural things. The only thing that's carrying for acorn.
She only uses organic vegetables.
Well, I mean, if we go to this little town, they've got to have some arrowheads. Maybe not a ton, but
They probably have silver arrowheads, considering that they're in the Silver Moon
maybe.
and
Yeah,
probably
maybe.
get attacked by shapeshifters fairly often.
But I will also point out that Querivar, though it's in the Moonwoods, is on this other edge of the moon. Yeah, track.
What do you guys think? We got enough we can cobble together and offer? I don't really
know.
want to
It
go
seems
far and to trade for
I
some
don't
stuff.
either, but I also don't want to get there and have them be like, yeah, you know, you didn't sweeten the pot enough.
yeah, and it's
You
something
come
as
to me
simple as,
with no respect.
Right.
I mean,
right.
it's not like we're actually walking it. You know what I mean? And um, if it makes it more likely that we're successful, right? Because we're really not going to get multiple shots at this,
Yeah.
Correct.
right? They're either gonna take it or leave it. And if we could spend a little bit of gold and make that more likely by bringing them some shiny beads or some shit,
Mm-hmm.
we probably should do that. Yes, it's a couple extra random encounters, some more XP.
That is true.
And those silver arrows, we might end up needing them while we're going there.
Also possible.
Okay, well I don't have the big map and I don't know where we're at, but where's the closest trading post? How many hours, how many days we talking to the closest location we can buy some goods that be worthwhile?
If you make your way to Querivar, depending on, what you run into between now and then and how favorable conditions are for you, it could be anywhere from a day and a half, 3 days, to how things go.
Well, knowing us, it's probably going to be 3 days, but
And then you'll have to do the return leg as well.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I'm definitely on the fence, leaning towards not going all the way back and trying to cobble together a package, of gifts from what we have. But that's just my opinion. I'll go with the majority. Or
Well, like I
sounds like
said,
I'm in the minority.
we've got 5 gems that have not been appraised in
Well,
party
that's,
inventory.
yeah, that's
And then
kind of the thing, though. We haven't appraised it, so I don't want to give them some 5,000 gold piece gem.
Which gems
know.
are those?
chrysoberyl, amethyst, garnet, coral, jet.
Wish you would. Oh, okay, I found
Yeah, it's in the party funds.
Chrysobel, Chrysoberyl, amethyst, garnet, a coral, and a jet. Yep, those you got off the Cyclops.
Don't rogues have some sort of knowledge of that kind of stuff?
So with those things, it depends on the size, the quality. Um, you could have a Chrysoberyl that's worth 10 gold piece, one that's worth 12,000 gold piece. Everything in between, depending on those variables.
Couldn't you ballpark it?
I'm willing to try if that's a thing that I can do.
Yeah, it'd be a nature roll. Ray knows a
Not
thing or
my
two
strong
about
suit.
thing or two about gems because he's traded them before. I will let Ray roll it in.
All right. Sure.
So, judging by their size and quality, it's none of them seem to be terribly worthy. You think that the jet is the nicest one of the bunch? The maybe 500 gold piece.
Okay. I'm all right with that then.
The rest of them, coral's actually pretty. Yeah, amethyst is okay. Maybe big enough for a ring. 150 gold.
I'm good with that then. I'm good with giving them the gems.
All right. We'll try and hold on to the jet, and we'll add that if we have to.
All right. No, that sounds good to me.
All right.
Howard, I did have a question. I know that one of the things that I have is performance of creation. I can't remember what that is and how to click on the description of it.
That's going to be in your features. Third tab. You hover over performance of creation, it describes it to you.
Okay, so this is only like a thing that's going to last for about an hour.
Yeah, you can make a useful item using a jam. Oh, if a doorknob falls off, you need to replace it. Or need to do something. Create non-magical items of a moderate size. But as you say, it won't last.
Okay. All right, so that's not going to really help us in this situation.
So what are you putting in the gift basket?
I was thinking about giving my PayPal because I would imagine that that's something that they wouldn't maybe have never seen before.
That's
You
not,
know, and I know that elves like music and that kind of thing. So, you know, maybe one of the things that Anna could do would be to kind of teach their
You could give them the gift of music and sing for them.
their village bard. Maybe give give them that and kind of teach them how to use it.
I have it written as Pippa. Is it pronounced Pippa?
Yeah, it's pronounced PayPal. But that's how it's spelled. You know, Chinese sucks.
Okay. I'm learning.
Yeah, it's a lot of stuff isn't spelled the way it sounds.
So we've got 4 gems and Anna's Pippa.
Mm-hmm.
Anything else going into the gift basket?
Well, were we gonna throw in the physical therapy?
Asking.
I'm asking the party.
The only thing I've got is a potion of lightning resistance, and let me see here. My inventory is not.
I would
Well,
say the
we-
physical therapy, we should wait and see how these other gifts
All right.
go first.
Yeah, I got
And
a
then if
potion of
that doesn't,
invulnerability and a potion of lightning resistance. If then I've got the phase spider silk. I got warg pelts. I mean, I don't know that I have a lot that would be.
Yeah, I'm not real big on giving them a bunch of magic items. You know.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're offering a
'Cause
pretty good
I don't
package
like
here with
spending gold as much as I do giving them magic items. You know what I mean? Because like we know more gold will come along.
I can put on
I
a
mean,
kung
I'm not
fu,
real big on
demonstration.
handing that hard fought magic item stuff over.
So what I have now is 4 gems, Pippa. For mention
I
of
thought
other thing.
I thought we were gonna give them some arrowheads.
well, we might need those arrows while we're, walking there. So I would hold off on putting the arrows in there just yet.
Well, like I said, I don't know. Start with the Yikawa. It is metal.
Yeah, I could
That's
part
about-
with mine too.
You spell Yikawa.
YKLWA.
Yeah.
Xander giving up plus.
I'll give it up all right out of my cold dead hands.
What was the determination on the silver arrows?
I think that we could give it to them, but let's get there first before we put them in, because there's a chance we might need them on the way there.
Okay, but
Makes sense to me.
But if you get there, whatever silver arrows you have at that point.
Yeah, I think that would be good.
They might appreciate it.
Yeah, I think that all the stuff we've talked about giving them, other than the magic stuff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Sure as hell, I'm
I
not going to
think-
give my eyes of the eagle to him. So.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm saying. I don't want to give them anything.
Yeah, I do have a necklace of prayer. I have a necklace of prayer beads that I don't really want to part with, but.
No, no,
Yeah,
I'm not giving up shit
yeah.
like that.
No, that thing's come in handy, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I've used it a few times.
Yeah.
Definitely keep it.
All right, let's go with what we got. See what happens. I mean, sign of friendship. It's not necessarily a giant bribe.
Right.
All right, so what I have is 4 gems from Ray, Anna's prize, Apa, silver arrows, Pharaohs, which could be against the lycanthropes of Linwood, and LaFay and Xander's Yikawas.
Sounds right.
Seems as though Connery's the only one that hasn't put anything in the basket, but
How do you doing
Well,
this silk?
that's
I
expected.
like Connery, but at the same time,
He's a tight ass.
what he puts in the basket might be.
I told you I'll put any of these things in there.
It
But
might be offensive.
If it's something they can weave naturally, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
sure, they've got leather skills and stuff like that.
wait,
And as long as it's not too valuable, I'm not real big on like giving
Connery
them a bunch of.
it said that he might give up some of the animal
Parts.
He has a lot of animal parts.
You're probably not carrying those huge pelts though. Those are kind of
When
big.
Connery says he has tiger's blood, he means it.
Well, I
A whole
kinda
flask
figured-
full right next to
I'm
him.
sure there's stuff we've gotten rid of and we've just never taken it off here. But the stuff we've
I
gotten
kinda-
recently was phase spider silk, phase spider poison gland, phase spider parts. When did we have the wargs? How long ago was that?
That was
a while ago.
that was not that long ago because you fought those with the Cyclops.
Yeah. So I've got the warg pelt. I don't know. I've only got 2 of them, but it's up to you. We want to do that?
Well, no, I think it's actually up to you.
Yeah.
I mean, I
I-
said I will
Don't give them
gladly-
anything. It's nothing really valuable. Like Jason said, it's not a bribe. It's a gift.
Right.
I'll
create goodwill.
I'll sew a quiver of warg pelt using a warg pelt to put the arrows in it. How about that? We'll do that on the way.
Ray will service the chief's wife.
Yes.
That's my final offer.
All right,
That is the best gift that I can give.
I mean,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
got to think too. Like some of the stuff that Connery has, they won't be able to use. They won't be proficient with. But maybe maybe some darts. You know, those are metal, right?
Yep.
So that might be useful, but
Yep.
not a ton of shit.
Yep. Not a ton of shit. Like I said, I could make a casing for the arrows out of a warg pelt. I don't know. Do that.
All right, so you're gonna a quiver fashioned from a warg pelt.
Does
Oh,
the
and we could put. I guess I could adorn that with like pieces of phase spider leg. You know, I don't know. That'd be kind of cool.
is there
This
anything
is like
special about
Etsy
the
for
warg pelt?
What?
Is there anything special about warg pelt, or does that just seem
dog.
like a sort of
It's
offbeat
so
comedy gift?
soft and silky.
Oh, God.
Hey, Howard,
Yeah.
I have a dagger too. I have 2 daggers, so I could throw a dagger in there.
Okay.
And then I'm just going to delete. Should I delete those off my inventory sheet now?
Well, when you get to the moment where
Okay.
you're going to give up your
So the hide is it's warg, not warg, is it? It's WORG, isn't it?
I not certain.
Oh,
I always thought it was WORG.
Yep.
Monsters.
Oh! I have
That's
40
WORG.
arrows. I have 40 arrows. I can give them.
Okay.
I have a +1 longbow that I never use.
Yeah, it's warg. So yeah, that'll work. Make that
I'm
out
not
of
giving them a longbow, but they can have the.
40 arrows. Got
We
it.
could use the claw and teeth and the hide and make a quiver out of it. That'd be worth about 10 gold pieces.
I don't know. You think they're gonna? Just think about this. Are they gonna see that as? You know how Howard was talking about they like nature and the moonwood. Would they see that way, or would they see it as just like some crude, you know, hanging the hide of a creature of the moonwood on the
I don't know
side?
who knows Moonwood
Ferris.
or Ferris. Would they like a quiver made out of warg hide and claws and teeth?
More than they would just a quiver.
All right, Elmore, roll insight.
He's muted, so we can't hear him anyway. Ferris.
Sorry, I was
Paging.
distracted.
Paging Dr. Ferris.
My grandson was talking to me.
Right, I got you.
Code green. Code green.
Go green.
Aw, my baby.
So,
Here's your dice back, buddy.
all
All right, what was the question?
Connery had asked, based upon your knowledge and limited experience with the Moon Elves, do you think they would appreciate the quiver fashioned out of a warg pelt? So roll insight.
Well, it's adorned, right? I mean,
Yeah,
isn't there?
warg hide, claws and teeth, and I could, put some face bite. I don't know. I think just the warg hide pelt and claws and teeth would be a nice thing. I mean, I don't know.
So they tend to make everything out of the woods around them. They do have some things that are made of pelts you have seen, and they actually trade some things made of pelts. Obviously, they have a very pragmatic view of hunting, that it's always for a purpose and never out of, fight or vengeance or what have you. So
Survival.
um,
It tried to eat me.
yeah,
So we ate it first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess there's, the thing of using all of the animal, right?
Yep.
I mean,
And these
Conrady's
are
got a-
evil creatures that hunt the wood and would prey upon them. So
I'm sure Conry, whatever repute he has, is a little notorious for utilizing the maximum amount of items
Yes.
on a dead
I
body.
am nothing but efficient.
So I don't know. I don't know if that would be helpful or not. So what does Ferris say? Ferris says it would or would not.
Ferris
Okay.
seems to think that at the very least, it would not be seen as an.
Okay. Good enough. So you're gonna actually
More of a
make,
novelty, maybe.
you're gonna actually make the quiver, right? It's not a quiver you're taking and putting.
Yeah, I'd have to make it because I don't have. I
Okay.
mean, I have the
Well,
pelt.
do you have time for that? How long would that take you?
I don't know.
Well,
While he's doing his chakras or something, he might be doing
Right?
it.
Yeah.
As we're wandering along.
And he's knitting while we're
Non-
wandering through the
he's
moonlight.
non- holes in the leather.
I could get Ferris's help with it, since it's it's probably more of a survival skill anyway.
yeah, it would be.
I'd be using medicine. He'd be using survival. I mean, I'd be using kind of a
far
synergetic skill, but not the same thing.
How far does Ferris think we need to go?
Not that alarmingly far.
Oh,
Yeah, it's just over yonder.
it's
Like a
over.
day?
Yeah, it's up the road a piece.
It's
You
right
take a
behind you.
left at the old tree that Old Man Withers, died with the warg attack.
No,
You
it's literally behind us.
Yep.
It like within a day or a couple days or?
Maybe a half day.
Oh,
Copy. Thank you.
oh, so we need to stop and make this thing. Okay.
Yeah, we probably won't do that. But I have 2 quivers. Obviously, I have 40 arrows, so there's 2 quivers there. So
Well, we could take a quiver and adorn it with warg hide and do all that. I mean, we could do that.
I don't know. Let's not go overboard. I mean, if we were going to stop overnight, yeah. But
Okay. All right. Well, just say I was offering something handmade with my own hands and the help of a
Those are the best gifts
ranger.
of all.
I mean, I was something from the heart, and you guys are just like, I'll give him some arrows.
A pat on the
Well-
shoulder and say, "It's okay, man. I'll help you open your Etsy store when we get back to."
you could ship
I'm
me
sure
one.
the
Dollar
people
Tree.
want their
Yeah.
quiver to be dazzled.
If
Yeah,
you could
yeah.
ship me a ward quiver, that's fine. But you probably can't ship one. So, it's going to take more time than it's going to take for us to get
Hold
there.
on.
Which is already taking more time
Ah!
than it should because we're quibbling over quivers.
Yeah, let's. I think we got a good friendship package fit together
Yeah.
here. I think we
Make
might
you
be
into a
overthinking-
quiver.
We might be overthinking it. Let's take what we've got and try it out.
Yep. We'll work on it when we get there. Maybe if we stay overnight. I don't know.
And we look like a respectable group.
Yeah. Me with the
I don't know about Conry,
fancy
but
pants. Yeah, I was gonna say.
With the dead remains of other animals hanging from his belt.
Maybe they'll like that. Maybe it'll be a thing. They might like that.
As Ray would say, we're in sanitation.
Yes.
all right. So we're proceeding to meet them.
Or try to find them.
Ferris is leading us.
Yep.
All right. One moment. I'm revising my narrative to it.
Send them a fruit basket. Send them a fruit basket. thing of edibles. I don't know. So we should have brought some edibles, right?
I'm willing to take some time to do a quick search, and I've got my herbalism kit. If that's what it takes to get in, I'm willing to make some relaxants.
Yeah.
Some puff pass. Is that
Oh shit. Yeah, that don't work.
Making some edits here.
I do have a spell, charm person.
The thing with charm person is that when it runs off, they are not
They realize
happy
it.
with you.
Yeah.
No,
They
it
realize what
literally
happened.
says that they go hostile at that point.
They,
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah,
It
okay.
says they can become hostile because they are aware of deception. Not
Now
automatic.
that said, I could shapeshift into somebody like, I don't know, Uhtred, and then use friends. And as
I
long
don't
as
know.
I'm out of there
I've
by
got
the
any
time
number
they...
of highly charismatic people in this party now, so even without being
and
able to speak Elven, we probably ought to be able to gesture kindly.
Well, I thought we had comprehend languages or something that we could just.
Yeah, we have
do that.
three spells of tongue.
Yeah.
Anna's got tongues.
Woo!
All right. Sorry. You guys took a turn here. I knew you would. It was bound to happen.
We usually do.
Sounds like it was for the better though.
It's a good turn though. It wasn't a bad thing.
No. It's a nice thought. Incorporate it.
Is there any additional information on the Colts quarterback on that hip?
No, I haven't heard anything.
We were just talking about that at dinner. Sounded like he was a glutton for punishment.
Uh-oh.
It's a hip pointer, but I don't know how long that's going to take. They didn't have any idea.
Well, yeah, when he did that play after the initial injury part of it, it was like he stepped wrong almost, and then it was like, I wonder if he got his, I don't know. I
That's just
had something.
It's his hip. In 2 plays in a row, he landed on his hip. Somebody landed
Ooh.
on top of him. And
Oh God.
All right. Let's move this forward. Okay. Anything else you want to discuss before you attempt to go to the Elven Village? Ready to move forward.
I don't think so.
Let's get the show on the road.
Why am I disregard? Delete it. I looked at Anna's sheet.
Does everybody else get that scrolling in the middle of the screen too?
Yep.
There we go.
Really disconcerting for us slow readers.
Oh, well, I'm about to read it to you. The party, now with the weight of a new task, embarks deeper into the Moonwood. Ferris takes the lead, guiding them with cautious optimism. His memories of the Aruchan Ithil are faint, but he recalls the gravity of approaching their reclusive clan and the danger that could befall outsiders. The group follows a narrow, winding path with tall pines and thick underbrush obscuring the way forward. The air is dense with the scent of moss and loamy earth. The woods are alive with the subtle rustling of unseen creatures. Barrows pauses now and then, kneeling to examine the ground or inspecting the bark of a nearby tree, his ranger instincts guiding him through the dense, mysterious wood. He speaks in hushed tones as they walk, explaining what little he knows of the Aruchan Ithil. They are master archers and live high in the trees, Pharaoh says. Their village, Galadorn Tinu, is well hidden in the canopy, and they do not take kindly to strangers. Even traders like myself were only granted brief access, and I suspect they will be far less forgiving if they catch us unannounced. Ray walks alongside, glancing nervously in the shadows. So how do we make sure we're not walking into a trap, he asks. Ferris adjusts his bow. We need to be seen, but not as a threat. The Aruchan Ithil value respect for the forest, and our best chance is to stay visible but peaceful. They'll know we're coming long before we see them. After hours of trekking through the incredibly quiet forest, Ferris suddenly stops. His hand shoots up, signaling the others to halt. His sharp eyes catch something, a fleeting moment, in the high branches above. Stay calm, he whispers. We're not alone. As the group stands still, their eyes scan the dense canopy. Slowly, emerging from the shadows of the trees, an elf scout appears, perched lightly on a thick branch. His form is nearly indistinguishable from the bark and leaves around him, clad in natural greens and browns. His bow, though undrawn, rests casually in his hand. The scout's sharp eyes study the party, but his expression is unreadable. Part picture here. He speaks in Elvish, his voice soft but firm. Tread upon sacred ground, outsiders. Why have you come? Ferris steps forward, bowing his head slightly in respect. He replies in fluent Elvish. We seek an audience with Theta Luin Ziltris of the Aruchan Ithil. Come in peace, guided by the wish to resolve a matter of balance in the Moonwood. The scout's eyes narrow. He studies Ferris more closely, perhaps recognizing something in him, familiarity of shared past. Theta Luin does not meet with strangers lightly. What business could be so urgent that you risk your lives in our woods? Ferris glances back at his companions before answering. We carry a message from Grydrig, the Green Dragon. He demands a meeting with Theta Luin Ziltris. We are merely the messengers. At the mention of the dragon, the scout's composure falters for a split second, a flash of concern crossing his face. He steps back slightly, his grip tightening on his bow. Wait here, he commands, before disappearing back into the canopy, as if swallowed by the trees themselves. The party exchanges tense glances, waiting for the scout's return, the forest around them eerily silent. For reaction?
waiting for them to come back.
Yep.
I think
Okay.
that'll be the big reaction.
Thought maybe that might spur some conversation.
Well,
I'm just gonna kind of be looking around and looking without looking kind of thing, and making sure. I mean, I'm sure we're surrounded, and it could be
Walking without
pincushioned at any
limping.
minute. Yeah.
Yeah.
well, I'm just remembering what Ray talked about when we set out. Is anything we say at this point
Yeah.
certainly could be overheard. So perhaps Xander should make a brief statement extolling the virtue of elves, especially elves of the deep moon wood.
There you go.
Are you seriously going to do that?
Yeah.
I'm just going to mention to my partner, the guy, whoever's standing next to me, what stalwart people they appear to be.
Is that a truly held notion, or is that, in other words,
Uh,
do you need to roll deception? Is my question.
I don't know. I
Xander's
don't have
PEIing
anything
the
particularly
Moonwood.
against him.
All right, so you are.
I'm just going to start talking about the beauty of the surrounding landscape and how impressed I am by it.
I
There
would
you
too.
go. You can
I'll
Well,
add
that-
that
numerous.
conversation.
That sounds sincere.
And I'll be impressed by their ability to remain unseen, and that I respect their ability to defend
Woodcraft.
their woodcraft and field their field skills.
That also sounds sincere.
Yep. Their field craft. There we go. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, so you guys are going to engage in small talk to attempt to perhaps.
Almost got me there, Mike.
Any other reactions, thoughts, comments, things muttered under your breath?
We've only seen the one elf, though, right?
Just the scout.
And we're not armed, right? We're
Oh,
not
you're-
actively armed.
You're walking through
I
the
mean,
Moonwood, surrounded by all kinds of
I'm
creatures.
registered as a deadly weapon all the time.
Well, maybe we ought to holster those then. Now that we're
Put your hand in your pants.
Yeah.
Holster it.
seeking to seem,
Right.
peaceful, non-threatening.
Okay. You guys are downplaying the fact that you're armed to the tooth.
Well, we're adventurers, of
I'm
course.
armed
we're
with a tooth.
I don't think we're any more heavily armed than any band of adventurers traveling through the Moonwood.
Not ones that live long
Probably
enough to
actually-
get here anyway.
Yeah, we're probably more lightly armed than most.
It's true, we
Visually.
don't have a tank.
Yeah, we don't have a bunch of tanks.
No.
Not exactly a tank. I play one on TV, but
I thought you identified as an M1 Abrams.
yes, I'm an Apache attack helicopter. I do have the
Hey.
I have the wings unfurled.
All right.
Thanks for that.
Now roll deception, because I think you're deceiving yourself.
Yeah. It was meant to be a joke, It was meant to be like a ha ha.
All right. Any other? You guys gonna discuss anything? What was that?
Deception on myself.
Oh,
I rolled an 18.
you successfully fool yourself. You think you are an M1 Abrams.
No belief is 9/10 of the battle.
Yeah.
Well, that's like when we had
No.
those fumes coming from the ground or whatever.
Yeah.
Howard, I think we realize that they have the upper hand. We're in their domain, and they said the scout's going to go talk and come back, and we're going to have to accept that, and that's what we're doing.
Okay. Moving forward then. The dense air of the Moonwood presses in around the adventurers as they stand in tense silence, waiting for the elf scout to return. After what feels like an eternity, he reappears, this time accompanied by a figure of unmistakable authority. That come through?
Yep.
That is unmistakable authority.
Theta Luin Ziltris, an elder of the Eruchan Ithil, moves with the graceful certainty of one who has lived through centuries. His silver hair flows over his robes woven with leaves and bark, his eyes ancient and sharp, scrutinizing the party with suspicion. The scout remains at his side, as alert and blended into the surroundings as if part of the forest itself. Theta Lewin exchanges a brief word in Elvish with the scout. His voice is soft but commanding attention, the language flowing like a song. Though laced with tension, Ferris catches the exchange. These outsiders bring a dragon's name into our woods. Why should we trust them? The scout responds, equally cautious. The one who leads them speaks our language and claims kinship with the Arakor. But even kin can be deceived. The elder's sharp gaze finally settles on the group. When addressing them, his words come in the common tongue, though they are awkward and deliberate, as if the language is foreign to him. You walk in the sacred moonwood, and you bring the name of a dragon. Why? Varys steps forward, bowing his head in respect, and answers in Elvish. We seek peace, elder. We come as messengers. Rider the dragon asks for an audience with you. He seeks knowledge, not conflict. Theta Lewin's expression hardens as he replies in Elvish. Dragons do not seek knowledge, they seek power. What is this dragon's true aim? Sensing the need for diplomacy, Anna steps forward, her voice calm but respectful. Great Theta Lewin, we are not allies of Grydrig, but those who wish to prevent further harm to the Moonwood. Grydrig believes your wisdom is of value to him, but we believe a meeting is the only way to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. Thea Luden's eyes linger on Anna for a moment before returning to Pharos. Switching back to Elvish, he asks, do you vouch for these travelers, kin of Arakor? Do you believe their cause is true? Pharos nods. Do, elder. They have proven their loyalty to the land and seek to keep the balance of the Moonwood. The elder considers Ferris's word carefully. Before he speaks again, Ferris continues. We also bring gifts as gesture of goodwill, elder, to show respect for your wisdom and the sanctity of the Moonwood. At this, Ray steps forward first, offering 4 gems. These are my humble gifts, elder, given with great respect for the knowledge you guard. Anna follows, her heart heavy but resolute, as she steps forward. With a steady hand, she presents her cherished Kepa. I offer you this, my prized instrument, a symbol of stories I carry, and my deepest respect for you and your people. Ferris then steps forward, offering his silver arrows. These arrows, forged in silver, could prove useful against the lycanthropes that plague the Moonwood. I offer them to you in hope they may be of service. The Fae and Xander present their Yikawas, with Xander adding a dagger and 40 arrows. Weapons to guard the woods and those who defend it, Xander says, his voice quiet but respectful. Finally, Connery steps forward, offering a finely crafted quiver fashioned from a warg pelt. This quiver, elder, I made myself. It is strong, like the bonds of the forest, and I offer it to you as a token of our respect. Theta Lewin's gaze sweeps over the gifts, lingering on each one before returning to the party. There is a brief, unreadable flicker in his expression, perhaps surprise, perhaps a softening of his initial suspicion. He speaks again, this time in the common tongue, though his words are still awkward. Your gifts are accepted. We will see if your intentions are true. His sharp gaze shifts to Ferris, then back to Anna. A dragon speaking peace is hard to believe. Grydrig is known for cunning and ambition. You say he wishes to meet. Where? Ferris, after a brief hesitation, replies, he left the location to your wisdom, elder. Theta Luden stands in silence for a long moment, his ancient eyes narrowing as he considers the implications. Finally, he speaks, his voice low and deliberate. The meeting will take place in Saloon's Meadow, under the light of the moon. Grydrig will not defile that sacred place. for even a dragon knows better than to incur the wrath of the gods. A murmur passes through the group at the mention of Saloon's Meadow. It is known as hallowed ground, a place where the goddess of the moon herself is said to watch over her followers. Even the most dangerous creatures of the forest dare not violate its sanctity. Theoludan's voice turns stern. You will escort me and protect me. If Griderick means treachery, it will be on your heads. The dragon's intentions now rest with you. Ray steps forward cautiously. We will protect you, Elder, with our lives. You have our word. Theoludan's eyes sweep across the group, his suspicion still evident. Your word is all I have, he says, his tone carrying a trace of doubt. Do not betray it, or the consequences will be swift. With that, Theoludan turns and disappears into the shadows of the trees as silently as he arrived. The scout lingers for a moment, offering the party a final cautionary glance before vanishing into the forest. The weight of the coming task hangs heavily on the party as they stand in the wake of the encounter. Theoludan's words echo in their mind. The meeting has been agreed upon, but the dangers of Saloon's Meadow and the unpredictability of Griderick still looms over their heads.
All right. Howard, they've accepted the gift, so at this point we should delete I should delete my Yukoa and we should remove the gems from party funds.
Yeah, I'm removing the gems now.
Yeah, I got rid of the warg hide and teeth and stuff. I guess I need to do it from both places. Oh, what?
So now you have two destinations.
Oh, there we go. They were separate pieces.
So you now need to go arrange for Griderick to come to the meadow, time it to when Theoludan will also be there.
Oh, look, a quest marker just popped up.
But no autosave, so there's not like a boss battle imminent.
What's this? It's like, I can't. What's that right there?
Well, I guess we head back to the Dryads Druids. No, Dryads clearing to get word to the dragon, but we need to know like when are we meeting?
So
like
do
3
we
days?
want to add
Too late.
X the elven leader on? Do we want to have him propose a meeting time?
Yeah, we've got a place. We need a time.
Because I don't want to go back and forth.
Right.
So
Well,
yeah,
we're gonna have to go. We're gonna have to go back and find the dragon.
Since we've already been here,
And
we
all
can fast travel.
Well,
yeah, we should go back and just say X is proposing meeting here at this time.
Right. He's agreed to meet you at such and such
Yeah.
place and location.
Yeah.
How many
Right,
days
and
was
it
that?
takes less than a day, right, to travel
if you go back,
back.
if you go back to the point where you had a chance encounter with Griderick, it's less than a day.
Right, but I mean, wherever where we're at right now, traveling to that whatever it was, Salusus Secundus or whatever it was called.
Nasty.
You guys butcher that elven worse than I do.
I think we're going to get
that's the
censored on YouTube
Latin,
for that one.
The Latin
Now,
wood.
That's the Sardaukar homeworld in
Yeah.
Dune.
Yeah,
Oh yeah. All right.
But how many days travel was that, if anyone remembers?
Less than a day to get back to where we met him, and I was under the assumption we would go back to the Dryads. Glen.
That was mine as well.
to
Well,
me.
I'm trying to figure out, when we work out this time, because if I remember correctly, it took us a few days to get to that place before, right?
No, it took you a few
No,
days
it's half
to
day.
go find Silverwing, who was in a different part of the Moonwood. You're staying in a fairly reachable area on the northwestern side of the Moonwood.
Okay.
There,
So that sacred place we can get to pretty quickly.
the Glen
Yeah,
or Saloon's Meadow.
It's
the
Meadow.
Glen.
Saloon's Meadow will
Oh, I'm
probably
sorry.
be about a day and a half.
Okay.
So from a timing
From
perspective,
where we're at.
yeah, just about, yes. So from a
Okay.
timing perspective, if you're wanting the Elven Elder and the dragon to arrive at the same time, you could arrange it in roughly 2 days, but you would have to split up in order to make that timing work out.
Yeah, I don't like that. So why don't we all
Yeah, so at
go as
least
a
3 days.
yeah, right?
Okay, that's what I was trying to get to was
We get to the dryads. Then whenever the dragon shows up, we'll say, "Hey, in 2 days hence, we'll meet you at Saloon's Woods."
Mhm.
Right? Then we gotta walk back to the elf thing and then walk him to the meadow, to Saloon's Meadow.
Pretty much.
Right? That's a walking from the dryads to the moon elves, and walking from the moon elves to the Saloon's Meadow. That's a 2-day thing. Would that be a 2-day thing?
Roughly, yes.
Okay.
What if we tell the dragon that the Elven Elder is asking for kind of a show of appreciation of some gift, like that's of value to us. And
No, this is a bad idea.
he
and
already
This sounds
we-
very
we-
dangerous.
and we accept that we take that gift without the knowledge of the Elven Elder. But he'll never know. We get the gift, and that's
No
and
wonder
that
you're
and
wanted in your lands where you come
that
from.
covers
Yeah.
that covers a little bit of our cost of like what we're having to deal with here trying to arrange
You and the
this.
Druid Mafia.
Even Ray's like, too far, man, too far.
I don't know. I think it's a brilliant plan myself. But
I think it's
If
a very
we were
it's brilliant but very dangerous.
if we were evil characters, maybe.
well, I'm
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
chaotic
think-
neutral, I think, right? So that's acceptable.
I don't think we should push that. I think we're asking for trouble, and
Yeah, I'd throw it out there.
Never two-time your job.
Hey, I'm all for doing a campaign where we're slightly questionable people. I don't have a problem
Ray
with
is
that.
definitely
but
already
it's not this way.
questionable people. He-
yeah,
He just doesn't betray a job.
right.
We're not portraying it. We're not betraying a job at all. We're doing that. We're going to do exactly what we've been asked to do.
Ray is not excited about this plan.
Hey, I'm just throwing it out there. I'm not saying we need.
Okay, well, you threw it out
appreciate
there,
that
and it
you
fell
felt
with a
comfortable
clunk.
to come forward with this idea. But I think it's a quick way to be melted.
Again, if I had a
or
different alignment.
skewered by elves.
Right.
Yeah.
I like my ass, man. Why are you trying to get it ripped off?
Okay, so we'll head back to the Dryad. Wait for.
Yeah, we'll go to the Dryad, we'll deliver the message, and then we'll head to the glade so that we can meet up. How does that work for everybody?
Good.
That works.
So let it be done, Howard.
Be right back.
We let the Elven Elder know about how long it will take us to get there and then back. We will deliver the meeting invitation, and then we will proceed to the glade where we will await to safeguard him during their meeting.
You're not planning on escorting him from.
Does he
No,
want? Does he want?
Yeah,
an
he wants
escort
us.
from it, or
Yeah,
does he want guards at the meeting?
no, he
No,
wants us
an
to take him.
escort. Yeah, he wants
us
an
to take
escort.
him. All right. Sure.
I would assume would go from the time we pick him up until the time we come off. back
Yeah.
I'm afraid
home.
that might be peak hours, so your Uber delivery is going to be a little bit more expensive.
A sense of self-satisfaction in completing the job will no doubt be enough reward.
I was going to say, remind me what we're getting out of this again.
Very little.
Not getting killed.
You guys are the ones who wanted to hang out with this fucking
We
new
got-
group of elves.
We
and
got
shit.
dragons after us. We've got elves after us. We've got whatever society that Ray drug us into after us.
That was
You
That's
know,
my
first
plan.
person. I didn't
My
drag us
plan was at
into it.
least
It
trying to
was
squeeze something out for us, but
yeah. You're
yeah,
thinking the Harpers,
The Harpers. Yeah, you
right?
guys.
And we did all
I
think that
didn't.
the Harpers being on their side was a good choice.
so we're gonna have to go tell the dragon. Couple of days, we'll go back, pick up the elder, and start heading.
Yep.
Okay. So you're going to go to the Glen, tell the dragon the rendezvous is set for 3 days, hence in Saloon's Meadow for the moon of the evening. And then you're going to go back to where you met the scout to get Theo Lewin, escort him to Saloon's Meadow. Watch that rendezvous play out, correct?
Do we want
Correct.
to get some assurances? We haven't even asked for any assurances of safety from the dragon for the elves, have we?
I wouldn't trust him anyway, even if he did assure us. So
Yeah. I think asking for an audience is supposed to be a peaceful encounter,
Right.
generally.
I gotcha. Okay.
It's not to say treachery might not happen, but
I gotcha.
Okay. Give me just a moment here. Having to adapt my plan. Not a branch I anticipated.
Well, what'd you think we were gonna do? Kill one of them?
That was on the table.
We could.
It was everything's on the table. Nothing is true. Everything is permissible.
You know it.
Feel free to engage in small talk while I work this out.
How badly do you think we're going to get boned, and by which side?
We'll get it from both.
Both
Right,
ends,
the
huh?
double team.
Mhm.
You might be right, but that doesn't make me feel better.
Well, we're not coming out of this with a lot of money, if that's what you're thinking.
No, I knew that.
Oh, it's going to be the
Just-
goodwill of the citizens of Silvery Moon.
Well, I was gonna say it's the
But they can't
the
actually tell the
contacts we
citizens of Silver,
make.
so
It'll be our karma will go up, right? If
Right,
anybody
right,
plays Fallout.
Yeah, it's like all those games. The Harpers will remember that.
Yeah, everyone liked that.
Right. Achievement get.
You did not get used as a pair of moccasins by a green dragon.
Well, you-
Did not get turned into a book cover by the Lich,
right.
One last modification.
An orcish marital aid.
Yeah.
It's like that barn, right, Matt?
Yeah.
All right, I'll give you guys something to discuss. When you get to the meadow, are you going to allow Adaluan and Dragon to speak in it?
Well, that depends on what the principal wants.
Assuming he agrees to that, will you let that happen?
If he agreed to it, then that's informed consent as far as Ray's concerned.
Yeah.
He it's not like he's a minor. He knows what he's getting into if he says, "Go ahead and go stand way over on the other side of that meadow. I'm going to talk to this dragon by myself."
So you're not going to try to eavesdrop in any way on their conversation?
Ray does not have a good way to eavesdrop. So Ray would not. If someone else does, well, that's up to them.
I don't know that I have a
Actually,
way.
no,
I mean, I can hide and listen, but I don't know that I have a good way to hide.
I do have a good way. I take it back. The question is do we want to?
well, what is your way? I mean,
An
how likely
invisible
are you to
fairy
be?
flying up above them.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with having somebody there to like see and hear it. I mean, that's
Can I-
assuming that they, it's assuming that the moon elf guy would be comfortable with us staying a distance away. We are his guarantors of protection.
Right.
And I think we could make a strong case that while he's under our protection,
Yeah, I'll have my familiar, within earshot, stealthily listening.
Does she know Draconic and Elven?
Probably not.
You could cast tongues on her. It's fine.
Yeah, that'll work. She actually does know Elvish. And Sylvan, if they speak that.
All right.
But
I
not
know
Draconic.
Sylvan, Elven, and Draconic.
And for that matter, I can hit her with comprehend languages.
That's true. That's
Um, nope, I can't. It's
Self.
no that should be. I could use comprehend languages. That would work.
If you do it on
I don't
yourself,
know.
can't you hear what she hears?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's a self spell. I don't
that
think
doesn't
it's
matter because I'm basically using her as a remote drone.
Right.
So she doesn't
Can we check?
understand it, but I hear it and I understand it.
Okay, I see what you're saying. You hear everything she hears.
Within a distance, yeah.
Do you
if
hear
he's
what I hear?
if he's close enough and he has the ability to divide his attention adequately, he can follow her.
But I would still. I think we probably should. That we need to be near the wood elf guy because if something
It might not be a
happens,
good idea to go on your own, but we're not going to say no if that's what you want to do.
I don't know, because we're responsible for him. He said that, so he could go in there and call that dragon green MF, and doesn't matter. We're still
The
responsible for
green-blooded
it.
inhuman.
What you
Because
say is correct. We are still responsible for him.
right. So
Ray
because
would argue
if,
deliberately provoking an assault to trigger the requirements of the protection contract
maybe
would
I don't
be
know.
in
Maybe this guy's a
violation of the
psychopath.
terms.
I don't know. But we would be responsible for the repercussions of his death. And as such, I don't want
That
to
is
look around
probably
my
true.
shoulder for
And it would be our
bounty
word
hunters
against
looking for
theirs to say
LeFay
that.
and wood elves.
Okay.
I'm
Hypothetical.
sure you don't get to his age by antagonizing a dragon.
Yeah.
That's true.
Well, there's no love lost there. And we know that, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't know. We're responsible for it. He made us responsible for it. That's his own choice. Don't you be throwing those curses on me. He threw a curse on us.
Don't you put that on me, Ricky Bobby.
Yeah, that's right. But he did. So
Uh,
now he's stuck with us. Unless he wants to give us some sort of signed, notarized statement freeing us from any and all repercussions.
I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks like the kind that would sue.
What a Karen.
yeah.
All right. So restating the plan. We're going to go arrange the rendezvous, come back, get Theta Lewin, go to the meadow, stand a respectable distance away to where they can have a private conversation, but not so far away that you couldn't leap in should things sour for some reason.
I'm not, unless they're talking
I don't
really
know if
softly.
they actually have to be that private. I don't know.
So I was going to say,
As his personal.
I'm not sure that we could stand a distance away from him to still be able to defend him and not be able to hear the conversation.
Well,
I mean, they could do a cone of silence or,
There-
there's talking whispers, but it's a fucking dragon. Does a dragon ever whisper? So I would want to be within a few feet of him to provide him protection. So, sorry, but that's what happens when you involve us as intermediaries and we have to make all these promises. I'm not saying that he couldn't convince me eventually to let him meet alone, but I would definitely advise against it, resist it to the maximum
This is
of
the
my
Excelsior
diplomatic
package.
ability.
We will deliver your remains. If needed, we will initiate combat mode.
Jason, do you follow the Commanders at all?
No, I haven't been following them. I saw they won the other night, right? Last week.
Yeah, they won today too, so they're 3-1.
I heard the quarterback's pretty good.
He's a rookie, but yeah, he's not playing like a rookie. He's playing pretty good, pretty well.
Yeah.
But who knows how long that'll last? I mean, he's a rookie,
Right.
so you think at some point they'll mess up. But then you had like a guy like C.J. Stroud last year for the Texans, and man, he was really good. Took him a game or two, but he was really good from that point on.
Yeah.
And their defense is legit.
Yeah, I'll probably start paying a little bit more attention.
They played this game against the Giants, and it was like 9-6 game or something, right? And I'm like, okay, they're not very good. And then I watched it today. Who did they take a today? They took somebody, just killed somebody today, and it really shocked me. That's what they played today. I gotta look now. Oh, Arizona, who I thought was playing pretty well. They're not a great team, but they've been pretty impressive, I thought, the first couple of weeks, considering how bad they were last year.
I did see, I was reading somewhere that there was a push to bring back the Native American logo.
Yeah, I did. I had heard something about that at the beginning of the season, and I didn't catch a lot of it. Just that there was talk about reverting
So
to
Yeah.
something. I don't know if it was the
Which is
logo
what
or the name.
they should have done in the first place was just keep the logo, keep everything, and call them the Braves or the Warriors, or I don't know, come up with some other
Maybe
less
you could get away with
derogatory
Warriors,
Native
but I don't think you could
American.
get away with. I don't think you could get away with Braves without the blessing of some local tribe, and those local tribes. I guess Daniel Snyder was the guy who was talking to him, which of course,
yeah, that's poison.
Fucking terrible idea. Don't have Daniel Snyder talk to anybody, but
and they come up with something. I don't care what they come up with. I mean, I agree on some Native American. I mean, it's.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah.
If you want to use a Native American symbol, you have to get the blessing of a Native American tribe. And
well, get it. I mean, come up with something. I'm sure there can be some agreement.
The lawsuit was brought by the Blackfoot Indians. The founder of the Redskins was tied to Blackfoot, and the original logo, famous Blackfoot chief, elder.
Yeah, right.
And it's supposed to be a depiction of him.
Yeah,
and so
that's what I was reading.
All of their stuff was built around that.
But the Blackfeet obviously wouldn't give them permission to use the logo.
No,
actually, they're suing them to have it reinstated.
Yeah, all these decisions were made by white people. So yeah, I mean that's what it was.
I don't know. My impression was there was nobody in the Native American community in America who was holding up their hand saying, "Yea, verily, the Washington Redskins."
The story is they were never consulted about any of it. That it was all.
I don't think they were consulted by anything.
It was all false outrage. Where you're offended for somebody else.
Just don't think that's true, because I remember seeing reports of Daniel Snyder traveling to several tribal leadership councils and trying to convince them to endorse the Redskins keeping that moniker, and nobody would.
The moniker or the name?
Well, I mean,
the icon or the symbology or the name?
It's probably, I'm guessing it was the name, but obviously I wasn't sitting in every one of those meetings, so I don't know exactly why all the
you should have been
objected to that.
Why did they leave you out?
Snyder made that road show and struck out every place he went.
Oh no, actually he got a lot of support, but it wasn't enough. they still didn't
Yeah.
believe it, and they didn't want to listen to it.
Well, I
He
don't know.
actually conducted
Redskins had to go.
surveys and had like 90% concurrence from those that were surveyed that the Redskin name was fine. Those were all natives that voted that. And that's still
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, the Redskins thing was not going to survive. But you're right. They maybe they could have come up with something else, but
That would have been the logical thing to do. But it didn't happen.
but again, I don't know that that's.
They're going to change the name of the state of Oklahoma?
Sooners.
No, the state. The word Oklahoma is Comanche Indian for redskin.
For redskin or for Indian?
No, redskin.
I think as soon as people realize that with Google Translate, then they'll ask for that.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Indiana is the
Yeah.
land of the Indians, right? But we don't have a particularly dense Native American population.
Well, all right.
Nor does Indianapolis have a particularly dense Native American population in the city.
You know how many states are named after tribes? Dakotas, Illinois, Iowa, half the
Dakotas.
states. Yeah, half the
Yeah, those are
states
Those are tribal names. They're not
Milwaukee.
pejorative racial statements about
They
Indians.
don't really consider it
I mean,
pejorative.
they could write, the Iowa drunkards or the North Dakota smallpox recipients, right? Neither one of those, I think, would be accepted.
It'd be like, yeah, the Boston wife beaters.
Might be true, but
Doesn't matter. Still not nice.
should probably, be the Boston racists from what I hear, but yeah, still wouldn't fly. Denver's defense played pretty good today.
Hey, Mike, will you have Jan roll herself, please? She gets like.
Yep.
Okay.
Baltimore's taking it to Buffalo.
Yeah. I got Buffalo's quarterback as my starting quarterback in fantasy. My opponent has Lamar Jackson from Baltimore. That's all right. I'm still in the ballpark.
Okay. Ready to step. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Why is did it again? Looked at her.
My, she's gotten talkative.
Yeah, I really hate that it stays focused even when I click away. And that you have to change that setting every time you open the game.
I think now you have to read it in a really high, squeaky fairy voice.
Give me a second here. I'll just leave it for her for now. The party moves cautiously through the familiar dense foliage of the Moonwood, making their way back to Lila's Glen. The forest feels more watchful than ever, its ancient trees towering above them, casting long shadows as the afternoon light filters through the thick canopy. Birds chirp quietly in the distance, but there's an ever-present tension in the air, a subtle reminder of the danger that still lurks. The party, weary but determined, presses on. As they approach the glen, they spot Lila tending to her great oak, her movements graceful and fluid as she communes with the ancient tree. Upon seeing the adventurers, she turns with a gentle smile, though a trace of worry lingers in her eyes, the weight of past encounters still fresh in her memory. You've returned, she says softly, her voice like a breeze through the leaves. What news do you bring? Ray steps forward, speaking with confidence but maintaining a respectful tone. We've done it, Lila. A meeting has been arranged between Theta Lewin and Ziltris and Grydrig. It will take place at Saloon's Meadows 3 days from now, under the light of the moon. Lila's eyes widen at the mention of the Saloon's Meadow, her expression softening as relief washes over her. Saloon's Meadow, that is a sacred place. Even Grydrig would hesitate to defile it. You've chosen well. Before Lila can say more, the soft rustling of the leaves grows louder, and the air shifts as a familiar, powerful presence descends upon the glen. Grydrig appears, his massive green form looming above the party as he lands with a heavy thud, his wings folding gracefully behind him. His emerald eyes glitter with a dangerous curiosity as he looks down on them. Well, Grydrig's voice rumbles like a distant thunder. What news do you bring me, little mortals? Anna, ever the diplomat, steps forward, bowing slightly before speaking. Great Grydrig, we have fulfilled our part of the bargain. Theta Lewin Ziltris has agreed to meet you at Saloon's Meadow in 3 days' time, under the moonlight. There you may speak in peace. Grydrig's expression shifts slightly, his eyes narrowing with interest. Saloon's Meadow, you say? A wise choice. Though I care little for the whims of gods, it seems appropriate for a meeting for those who hold power over the forest. He lowers his head, his eyes sweeping over the group, pausing on each of them as if weighing their worth. His gaze lingers on Lila for a moment before returning to Anna. You've done well, mortals. But know this. Theta Lewin seeks to betray me, or if you've misled me in any way, you will all pay the price for it. Lila, standing near the oak, looks at the party, her expression one of gratitude but also lingering fear. Ray nods confidently. You have our word, Grydrig. The meeting will proceed as promised. The dragon huffs, faint plume of smoke escaping his nostrils, but it seems satisfied for now. Very well then.
Smoke?
I will be there. With that, Grydrig unfurls his wings with a powerful gust, takes to the skies, disappearing into the canopy once more. The silence that follows is thick with tension, but Lila steps forward, her face filled with hope. Thank you, all of you. I will remain here until the time of the meeting. I trust you will keep me safe. Ferris places a hand on Lila's shoulder. We will, Lila. You'll be safe. With the mission complete, the adventurers now bid Lila farewell for now, their hearts heavy with the weight of the upcoming meeting. They turn and make their way through the woodwood, retracing their steps to where Thea Lunan and the elves await. As they return to the place where they met the elf scout, Thea Lunan steps forward from the shadows. His gaze is sharp and calculating as before. The dragon has agreed, he asks, his voice still laced with suspicion. Ferris nods. Yes, Elder. Grydrig will meet with you at Saloon's Meadow in 3 days' time. Theta Lewin's expression is unreadable, but after a moment he gives a small nod of acknowledgement. Very well, we will make our preparations. You shall escort me there as agreed. With the meeting set, the party feels a mixture of anticipation and unease as they prepare for what is to come. The weight of the moonwood and its many secrets presses down upon them. They know that this is their only chance to secure peace for Lila, for the elves, and for the balance of the forest itself.
Do you think we ought to press him for the meaning of how close we should keep to him?
I think there's that, and I think that I'm more inclined to trust the word of the elf over the dragon.
Yeah.
So Ray would like the party's consent to fill him in on the dragon's assertion that betrayal will be met with our deaths specifically. Less about caring about whether the elves decide to try and kill him and more about, like, just let me know, okay?
Yeah, let me know if this shit's gonna go down.
If it's going to
So
go
that we can-
pear-shaped, I want to have
Just-
stuff ready.
Would you give me 3 steps?
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
You're right.
So okay, so Ray's asking for Theolunan to try to give a heads up if he thinks
Right. Mainly because he's holding us responsible for his safety, and the dragon is holding us responsible for no betrayal.
Okay. Any word on? I missed part of that. Do we have any
well,
clarification?
which part did you miss?
I'm not. Did he give us any clarification on how close he wants us?
He hasn't said that, and he hasn't said about, like, giving us a sign if things go bad.
Okay.
But the messages have been delivered.
Hey, Elmore, did you get that link to work last time when you asked me for it?
Let me verify. Hey, that's the link that Brad gave us, right? That you used today? Yeah. Reddit? It's a Reddit link. Where she got that from?
Well, that's where I got my links from.
Oh.
Is from Reddit. They post the links in there, and then you go and find them.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's the same one.
Okay.
It seemed to be working for today, but it would kept like phasing out. She says, "Don't open it in front of kids." Sometimes there's like naughty stuff
Oh yeah.
on the ads, where it
Uh-huh.
because you have to keep clicking.
I haven't had that on that one I sent you. I haven't had that. It does a couple of pop-ups when you first get on the page or whatever.
Yeah.
Nothing racy that I remember. And And then once you get through that, I haven't had any problem with it. But I know not to touch the screen. You know, when you touch the screen after a certain amount of time, it enables the pop-ups again, and you got to go through the pop-ups.
Oh.
Okay. Any other adjustments to how this is going to go?
No, you know,
I can't
I'm
think of anything.
I'm still a little nervous about leaving him on his own, but if he insists, I mean, you know, I don't know if we can do anything.
Any plan that we make is going to go up in smoke as soon as the dragon or the elves decide to get frisky. So,
Mm.
Good. Anything else?
Oh, I can't think of anything.
No.
I think I mean, did he say? I mean, are we supposed to back off? Are we supposed to stay tight? What are we doing?
Let's see when it gets there. I'm guessing.
What you got? Where you going? Oh, that. Well, no walking stairs. Thank you. So bad.
I like this. You guys will like it. That's what. That keyword.
Mm.
Yep.
I've done it again. For all right.
Yeah.
Now playing the part of narrator is Shion.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, that's gonna be
Mike and I were actually joking about this on a side note. At the
Yes.
end of the campaign, we find out that Shion has been the narrator the entire time.
right.
Did you know that
And
George?
she has the voice of Morgan Freeman.
Right.
Did you know that George Lucas envisioned the droids C-3PO and
Yes.
R2-D2
Yep.
as the eyes and ears of the audience, and the story is supposed to be told through their perspective?
Yeah.
That's why they're in virtually all the movies and all the scenes, is because so Shion might be that. But let's see what's going on here.
And it was at this point that Ray knew.
As the group makes their way through the serene but haunting path to Saloon's Meadow, Ray takes the opportunity to relay Grydag's thinly veiled threats to Thealuden. The tension of what lies ahead weighs heavily on everyone, but Ray's quick thinking prompts an important conversation. If things start going sour, Ray says, his voice low but serious, give us a sign, anything, to let us know. We need to protect you if Grydrag has other plans. Thealuden, walking with silent grace beside Ferris, listens intently. His silver hair catches the filtered moonlight as he turns his gaze to Ray. Though his expression remains calm, the elf's elder's eyes betray a sense of understanding. I will do what I can, Thealuden replies in a measured tone. If the opportunity presents itself, I will signal you. But know this, Grydrag is cunning, and if he seeks to deceive, he will not do so openly. We must all tread carefully. With that, the party continues forward, knowing the weight of the task that lies ahead. Upon arriving at Saloon's Meadow, the sacred clearing greets them with ethereal beauty. Moonlight bathes the circle of towering mushrooms, casting a soft glow over the grass. The atmosphere feels almost otherworldly, as if the goddess herself is watching over the proceedings. The air is still, and the group stands in the meadow, waiting for the dragon. It isn't long before the sound of beating wings breaks the silence. Grydrag descends from the night sky, his form massive and dark against the pale moonlight. He lands gracefully, his eyes immediately seeking out Thealuden. The dragon's emerald scales shimmer in the moonlight as he regards the elf elder with a measured intensity. Elder Thealuden, Grydrag begins, his voice smooth but undercut with power. We meet at last. Thealuden bows his head slightly in acknowledgement, but says nothing. The tension in the air is palpable as the two ancient beings size each other up. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Grydrag's tone shifts. I wish to speak to the elder in private, the dragon says, his eyes flipping towards the adventurers with a slight edge to his voice. Xander immediately steps forward, his golden eyes narrowing. We're here to protect him. No private meetings, he insists. Thealuden raises his hand, his voice calm but firm. It is all right, Xander. I will speak with him, but I appreciate your caution. He turns to Grydrag. I will meet with you, but my escorts will remain close enough to ensure my safety. Dragon inclines his head slightly in reluctant agreement. Very well. Two step away from the group, moving to the far edge of the meadow. The adventurers remain close enough to act if necessary, with Xander's sharp gaze never leaving the pair. Ray, ever resourceful, sends his familiar, the pixie Shion, to secretly listen in. The dragon, oblivious to her presence, begins the conversation. Grydrag produces a scroll, carefully preserved drawing of an ancient artifact. Nar Oth Tel Adoe. The parchment is worn, the markings upon it are clear, ancient runes that shimmer faintly in the moonlight. Grydrag's voice is low, but clear enough for Shion to hear. What do you know of this? Grydev asked, his tone almost conversational, but his intent sharp. Theta Lunan looks at the scroll, his eyes narrowing slightly. It is an ancient artifact, he says after a pause. Nar Ath Tel Adoe. My clan once possessed it long ago. It was lost to the orcs in battle many generations past. The creations it produces are of pure magical essence. But why would you be interested in this? Dragon's expression reveals nothing, only a slow nod as he considers the response. Interesting, he says, pulling the scroll back up. You've given me much to consider. With that, Grydag dismisses the elf with a flick of his wing, signaling that the conversation has ended. The dragon returns to the group with a glint in his eyes, addressing them in a deep, resonant voice. You have been true to your word, and so I shall honor mine. From this day forth, I will rule over the Moonwood as protector, not a tyrant. Lila and Urkan need not fear me any longer. I will guide them wisely. With that final proclamation, Grydag takes to the sky once more, his powerful wings sending a gust of wind through the meadow as he disappears into the night. The group lets out a collective breath, relieved but wary of the strange exchange that just took place. They turn to Thea Lunden, who looks at them with a measure of respect he did not show before. You have fulfilled your promise, Thea Lunden says, voice quiet but sincere. You have my thanks, as well as the thanks of the Erichuan Ithil. His gaze falls to Ferris, especially you, kin of Erakor. You have proven yourself worthy of trust. With that, Thea Lunan retreats back into the forest, leaving the party standing in the serene glow of Saloon's meadow, the weight of their success settling in. They have managed to broker peace, but the knowledge of Nar Ath Tel Adore lingers in their minds as a mystery yet to be solved.
I thought for sure that was our next thing. Go find this relic. Well, good. Let's go back to the Harpers and tell them of our success.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Harpers might have something to say about that. I don't know.
Yeah. No doubt.
As
they'll
soon as
want
Ray
to-
tells us about it.
Well, yeah,
they'll want us to go.
I don't want to draw attention to it during the meeting, but I will fill
Yeah.
in the party after.
No doubt they'll ask us to go get it
Oh,
for
probably.
free.
Yeah. As a show of your good faith, we will level you up.
We need
in
to
our
go back
commerce
and
system.
tell the Dryad that all is well.
I mean, we can.
Yeah, we probably should. Didn't somebody tell her we were going to do that? Who
I
was
think
it
we
said-
should, just to make sure she knows that all the obligations have been
Right.
met. So
Yeah, we
know,
can
some-
go and tell her, and then GTFO.
yeah,
Well, maybe she'll give us something for our pain.
Maybe.
I'm not saying we ask her. I'm just saying.
Right. If she offers, we're not going to say no. That's what you're getting to.
Exactly.
Well, you heard him, Howard.
Okay, so the party's going to travel back to Lila's meadow to hear the news of success.
Yeah.
Okay.
Heard it with my own ears. He said he would rule wisely and safely,
and then
With
it's
you
back
as-
to the city.
with you protected.
Go down to the river, and it's boats and hoes.
I think we walked here.
Well, I know, but once we get back to the city,
Mm-hmm. How much longer do we have before winter? I seem to recall that it was supposed to be like getting on.
There's definitely a chill in the air, but it's not
All right.
quite.
Well,
it's not
let's get
quite
this
winter.
part done and then get back to the city because we didn't bring cold weather gear. I don't want to ride inside of a half orc that you split open. You think they smell bad on the outside
Right.
I knew that was coming. How did I know that was coming?
because I'm
We can
small
go
enough
see
to
that-
fit inside of an orc.
That little hottie that runs the Harpers.
Right.
Did you watch that Denver game today, Elmore?
I saw bits and pieces.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I have the red zone, NFL red zone on during the Colts games. And
What's that?
that NFL red zone, I have that on during the Colts games.
Yeah.
And they go anytime a team is getting close to scoring. And so that's the only time I caught them. But
All right. I am going to click off of Keon this time.
But it would be such a twist.
The party makes their way back to Lila's meadow, a familiar surrounding now feeling lighter with the weight of Greta's threats lifted. The sun filters through the canopy in soft rays, casting a serene glow over the grove where Lila stands waiting. Her eyes brighten as the group approaches, and a warm smile spreads across her face as they share news of their success. You've done more than I could have ever hoped for, Lila says softly, her voice filled with gratitude. The Moonwood will finally feel peace again, and it's because of your courage and kindness. The party nods, exchanging glances of satisfaction at their accomplishment. As they prepare to leave, Lila steps forward, her delicate fingers gently brushing the leaves of the great oak as she is bound to. I wish to give you something, she says, a token of my gratitude. With a graceful gesture, she plucks a cluster of shimmering acorns from the oak. They are not ordinary acorns. They pulse faintly with an inner light, as though infused with the magic of the forest itself. These acorns are a gift from my heart, the heart of the Moonwood, Lila explains. Plant them where you find need, and they will grow in a protective grove, a sanctuary blessed by the magic of the forest. The trees that will grow from them will serve as your allies, offering protection and guidance for those who respect nature. You will find their magic useful in the days to come. She hands the acorns to Anna, who takes them with a look of reverence. The Dryad's connection to the forest is evident in the gift's purity, a symbol of the bond they've formed and the peace they've helped restore. Lila bows her head, her expression soft and full of gratitude. May the forest always be with you, my friends. I will not forget you and what you've done for me. With that, the group bids Lila farewell, leaving her peaceful glen with a sense that they have truly made a difference in the Moonwood. That farewell gift from Lila adds a beautiful and fitting conclusion to the party's journey. The magical acorns will serve as a lasting reminder of the bond they forged with the forest and the peace they've helped restore.
That sounds like a chapter closing.
Yep. We now have a player icon of an acorn.
well, that should probably go to LaFay, don't you think?
Well, I think they gave us several.
Yeah, it was a handful.
Yeah, I thought there was like one for each of us. I thought.
Yep.
All right. I can almost guess your next move.
Yeah.
Oh.
Random encounter.
Random encounter. Roll.
I have been I fell victim to that last time when we were trying to wrap this chapter up. And an entire session of spiders derailed us getting to the epilogue.
Right.
XP on the hoof.
Yep. Fancy new necklace for me.
Right.
Well, we didn't.
Yeah,
We found the
I got
real
new
deal.
gloves. Spider fingers. Spider fingers.
I guess we head back to the city.
You want me to roll that random encounter?
You can roll, Brad. I can almost guarantee you the outcome. Oh, what do you know? Nothing happens.
I thought that was a 100 there.
Nice, Shion.
Yeah.
Then I'll pull
Well, you know,
something in.
she's been narrating, so
Right.
I figured it was only fair.
All right. So your first stop is the Harpers?
Yeah, I think that's the first stop.
What's the other stop? The other stop is the magistrate, isn't it? Of Silvery Moon, or the
Well,
what's her name?
we've got to stop in for the magistrate. We've got to stop in for Wormworks.
What's the
and
magistrate?
lastly, the Harpers.
Or not the magistrate, but isn't she the
He's like
Minister or
one of the
something like
noble
that.
people.
the mayor, whatever.
Oh,
The High Mage.
The high mage. There we go.
She is so high.
Yeah. She is,
we have a loop to
yeah.
close.
Say again.
We have a loop to close with her. I mean, she wished us well or whatever, but did she want to know what happened?
You know, she kind of did give us an assignment, so we should probably
Yeah. We were tasked.
assignment
we need to turn it in for quest rewards, Brad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Everyone
assignment
knows that
was-
you've got to return to the quest giver to get the rewards.
Oh, I
Right.
thought that
right.
was the Harpers.
It's
Oh,
on.
that's all of them.
That's the original, but she gave us leave to go. You know,
Right.
The,
rage.
the quest was from the Harpers. All she did
Yeah.
was grant her blessing to Frederick.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think
I was
we
gonna
need
say
to
we've got like a
her.
pocket full
But-
of random entrails to turn over.
Yeah. That's an optional. That's an optional quest
Well,
item.
if you guys think we might get
Got
some, I'm not above it.
All right.
I'm all
Harpers
about the
first.
Benjamins.
Sure.
Not clicked on anyone. I'm not clicked on it. Upon their return to the Silvery Moon, the adventurers make their way through the familiar streets, their steps lighter with the weight of their recent success behind them. They have navigated the complexities of dragon and elf alike, and now they look forward to reuniting with Anarzi Kianin at the House of the Harp. After the afternoon sun casts a long shadow over the city, and the mood of Silvery Moon feels lighter, more at peace than when they last departed. Arriving at the House of the Harp, they are greeted with the familiar scent of herbs and parchment, a welcoming sign the Harpers' hall. Anarzi is waiting for them, her bright red hair glinting in the light flickering through the windows. Her eyes light up as she sees them, and she rises gracefully from her seat by the hearth. Well met, my friends, she greets them, her voice carrying a note of satisfaction. I've heard whispers from the Moonwood already. Negotiations with Grydrig and Theta Luna and Ziltris were nothing short of masterful. To secure peace between a dragon and a guardian of the forest without a single drop of blood spilt, that is the kind of resolution the Harpers value most. Ministers exchange relieved glances, feeling the weight of their achievement settle. Energy gestures for them to sit, her expression warm but serious. I knew from the moment I met you that you had the potential to serve the Harpers, and now you have proven yourselves. You have crafted a solution that saved Lila Mosslash, placated a dragon, and prevented the balance of the Moonwood, all without resorting to unnecessary violence. That is no small feat. She reaches into a small pouch at her waist and produces several shining golden pins, each one engraved with a harp and a crescent moon, symbol of the Harpers. I made you an offer once prove your character. You have done so beyond all expectation. Now I extend to you a formal invitation, full membership in the Harpers. Her gaze sharpens as she looks at each of them in the eye. To be a Harper is more than just a title or privilege. It is a commitment to the greater good, to balance and protecting the realms from tyranny and corruption. We do not seek power for ourselves, nor do we involve ourselves in petty politics. Our mission is to safeguard the weak and preserve freedom. But we do so quietly, often from the shadows. He pauses, letting her words sink in before continuing. As Harpers, you will have access to resources and knowledge that few can even dream of. We are a network, an alliance of individuals spread across Faerun, each dedicated to protecting the balance of power and fighting against those who would oppress the innocent. In times of need, you will find aid from fellow Harpers. You will be expected to offer that same aid in return. Our strength lies in our unity, our ability to work unseen, but with purpose. NRZ holds up the pins, the light catching the polished gold. These pins are more than symbols. They identify you as Harpers, mark you as something larger. But with them comes an oath, a vow to uphold the tenets of our order. If you accept this offer, you will be bound by our creed. She looks at them with a mixture of pride and seriousness, her voice soft but firm. The Harper's oath is simple but profound. To walk in the shadows, but always strive for the light. To protect the weak, and to never seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. NRZ places the pins on the table before them, letting the weight of the moment linger. This is your choice. If you accept, you will become part of a brotherhood and sisterhood that stretches across the realms. It is a life of service, but one with great purpose. What say you? She steps back, giving them a moment to consider, her eyes watching for their decision. The golden pins gleam, symbols of the path now laid before them, the Harper's oath ringing in the air, waiting for their acceptance.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Can I just get my payment in gold?
These are the yellow footprints. Yellow footprints.
Yeah.
How much are these pins worth?
Oh wow.
You're going to melt down your Harper pin? I think that probably gets you thrown out right away.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I have no desire to join the Harpers.
Okay.
I'm going to decline. Respectfully decline. Thank you.
Anyone else?
I'll
I'm
join.
Not sure. Yeah, I'm not
Yeah.
sure.
I've joined.
I would like to do a sleight of hand. Grab Jason's in at the same time.
Yeah.
I'll take the oath, rotten eye.
Mm.
Yeah, I definitely Ray's neutral good, so I definitely think that he would join.
would
I
be-
I see him very much like Schwarzenegger's character from True Lies. You killed and tortured all those people. Yes, but they were all bad.
Yeah, it was for the greater good.
For the greater good.
The greater good.
Yep.
So I've heard Ferris say yes, Ray say yes, and LeFay say no. Yes?
Yeah, I guess, sort of. I
Okay.
did. Yeah.
So I don't have to bring it up
Sort
Very
of.
quietly.
Sander and
very
Aaron.
Can you
quietly.
refresh my memory? Was there were the Harpers offering any kind of reward to us?
They very rarely offer money.
Yeah.
Okay.
What they
So we got no guarantees of anything.
No.
What
Just working for the greater good.
what they offer is access to their net. They're
Yeah.
offering
We're
you
still going to
prestige,
be doing stuff.
and so your payment's not in gold; it's in stature.
I'm
And they
sure that
might
if
have
you
the
needed,
occasional-
I'm sure if you needed something from somebody to complete the mission, they would probably help you out with that.
And
That's
they
what
might
access
slow down a
is.
mission
Yeah,
where we would still get monies from something else. We'll see.
that's
If
what
you need
access
monies.
to their network means. Intelligence, material, that kind of stuff. That's what that means.
Material
didn't know-
support.
I didn't know druids were so greedy.
They're not druids. Oh, you mean LaFay? Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
I'm not greedy. I'm chaotic neutral. I roam the woods. I'm not necessarily looking to fulfill some sort of oath to
He's the fucking
Dude.
Unabomber. What are you talking
these
about?
folks. I mean, yeah.
I'm sure you would
I
see
think-
the value, though.
I
In,
think I'm just
in
playing my
joining the
character. I mean,
organization.
I'm not necessarily a
Gunpowder's not cheap, man.
do-gooder, right? I think it would actually be against my character to accept this. So
Yeah.
Yeah, Anna's not
You're,
sure.
you're a friend of and a supporter of the Harpers, but you don't want to join.
yeah, I've got no problem with them. Live in peace.
he's not
yeah,
a
but-
joiner. That's fine.
So I will point out this, Jason. The Harpers did just go, put their weight behind a mission, help restore balance to the Moonwood, something that probably all the druids, the Circle of Silver, would support.
No, I support that 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe they can clear your name, such as it is.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, membership in the Harpers, I think Mike raises another point there. Membership in the Harpers would probably help you with any future bounty. Somebody else with a Pasha.
I mean, you do you, man, but
Friends
It
with benefits.
probably, yeah, it probably would be advantageous for LaFay.
So I haven't heard from.
I mean,
Selma.
I guess I could do it for that fact of helping myself in that
Mhm.
regard, but
Yep.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily be seriously committed to the mission. So I could accept it for just my own personal
I'm
good.
pretty sure that the Harpers are kind of fast and loose with that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It's not like you're paying membership dues and have to attend the meetings and all
Yeah,
that.
then you have to drop everything that you're doing when they make the
Right.
when the bat signal goes up.
Right.
You're not joining the Freemasons.
Right. Yeah.
That's
like
once you
you're
get to a
out
higher
there.
level that you.
I
join
mean,
the Freemasons.
sure, I'll join the Harpers.
I'll join the
Okay.
Harpers.
You can,
All right, I'll take the pin. Maybe I can
Here's
do
the
something
pen.
with
Now
it. I
here's the
don't know.
Kool-Aid.
Sure, I'll join
Drink
them.
it.
Yep. Here's your Costco membership.
I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, if that's what it's about, if there's really nothing binding to this whole thing, sure, I'll join it. Maybe I can get a benefit out of it occasionally.
So
You
just
get Sky Miles too.
just to be clear, the Harpers missions are voluntary. They don't give you assignments and you have to do it. There's kind of an understanding that they support each other, and there's kind of an understanding that they're doing things for the greater good. But you don't have to do anything that undermines your
Or lack thereof.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, in his case, a lack thereof.
But this is your character, and you get to decide what his choices are. And if you say LaFay doesn't do that, then you're the one that gets to make that choice. I
guess now that LaFay, I guess if LaFay actually understands what the commitments are, then sure. I mean, there's no downside to it.
Yeah, they didn't even ask if they had time to talk about their Lord and Savior. I mean, come on.
Yet.
I guess if I were to play devil's advocate for your benefit, the downside is you would be part of an organization that is very often a target of evil forces in the world. outside of the Silvery Moon area, Harpers have to operate very much in secret because they are hunted. You're in one of the areas where the Harpers are respected and trusted, protected to some degree. Silvery Moon's kind of unique in that regard.
And you're not expected to like wear your Harper pin like where everybody can see it. In fact, it's not encouraged to wear it that way.
No, when you met Anarzi, she had hers under her cloak, and Ray caught a glimpse of it. But they don't wear it like a badge. It's something they can show when the moment's right. They don't.
It's the secret handshake.
Yeah, I'm going to take a pass. I don't think this is for the Fae.
Okay. I need to hear from Xander and Anna.
Yeah, so Xander is already the member of an order, the Brotherhood of War Mages, and he doesn't mind accepting membership to the Harpers, since it is a voluntary thing, and he does have the option to opt out if he feels it conflicts with his guidance from the Brotherhood of War Mages. But sure, it's a chance to get closer to the redhead too. So
Forgot about your ulterior motive.
You and those redheads.
yes, that's what got me.
Yeah. Anna's I don't know, Anna's kind of on the fence because the thing is that the part for her that would be hard would be the secrecy thing because of the fact that she's, you know, somebody who wants to put herself out in a public space and be recognized. And, part of the issue for her would be is if she joins a secret organization that if she's like well known or recognized, how would that even work? How would so
Because your membership in the Harpers is a secret.
Well, your membership in the Harpers might be known to some people, but it's not as though they put a membership list on the front door.
yeah.
In Silvery Moon, you probably will be known to some degree, but Silvery Moon, the Harpers operate in open, and in all your upbringing, you're used to occasionally bumping into a Harper walking around the streets of Silvery Moon because they aren't very shy about it. And there are some bards that are in the Harpers because they do like to tap into the bardic lore as part of their spying operations. You're even aware of a couple of Harpers yourself.
So I guess my question would be, what for Anna, what as an entertainer, what would be the advantage of her joining the Harpers?
Well,
A new recording contract
Yeah.
at Harper
Yeah.
Studios.
She started adventuring because she wanted to experience things that she could then retell in dance and song. She wanted the first-hand, real-world experience, and joining the Harpers is going to get her more of that.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, if they're okay with their stories being, possibly broadcasted with the names to protect the maybe innocent or not innocent, then that's fine.
Yeah, you can tell us stories without mentioning that a Harper is a Harper. You can just refer to them. You can tell a story and change the names as you say, leave the name vague, and just say refer to them as a ranger or.
Oh, you could make it an allegory inside of an allegory and make it so that the name of the Harpers is carried on without saying it's the name of the Harpers.
As narrated to you by a fairy.
Yeah, as narrated to you by a fairy. In the heart of the moonwood walks a fair. I can't do it. I can't do it with a straight face. Hmm.
I think it would definitely be a heavy metal classic.
Oh yeah. starts as a soft ballad. Starts as a soft ballad, and then it has a an awesome drum and
Right.
and guitar solo. I can see Dio singing it.
It's got a bebop solo.
So,
Iron
You
Maiden.
really
I don't
can't-
know.
so Aaron,
Mm.
given all that, what is Anna going to do?
Well, I think if she feels like it'll somehow advance her barddom, as it were, then she would, agree. If she does, if that's the question, is this going to advance her barddom or not?
I'm
And
sure it
I,
would.
I think the way I would estimate it in her eyes would be to say there is a better than average chance it will help her gain knowledge and gain experience, but there really is no downside from that perspective. May or may not come to pass, but it certainly wouldn't hurt your chance. You're probably better off than not.
okay, yeah, if that's the case, then yeah, she'll accept it.
Where we stand is the entire party agrees
Except for
LaFay.
LaFay.
That
Okay.
He's gonna
guy.
be
Yeah,
And
that
that's,
guy.
Harper
and
and
that's
Jason.
fine. Not everybody has to be
No,
a member.
that is absolutely fine.
No.
Yeah, he'll
Jason
just be
gets to
Harper and Jason.
Jason gets to set LaFay's values and his decisions, and if he says that's his decision, then it's the way
You
it
guys are a
is.
bunch of suckers, man.
I never knew he was so cynical.
We're all the newest members of Amway.
Yeah. I need to speak to you about some
It
opportunities.
was some kind of
that,
pyramid scheme to me.
Not a pyramid, it's a trapezoid.
it's a trapezoid. Yeah, it's a trapezoid scheme.
See, you just have to sign up, and then you get 5 people to sign up under you.
Yeah.
Right? Testing for who accepts, declines. Right. Oh, that's my problem. All right. Here we go. Keyboard. With
Yes.
NRZ's words still echoing in the chamber, the room falls silence. The adventurers exchange glances, the gravity of the moment weighing on each of them. One by one, they begin to step forward, each ready to recite the Harper's Oath and accept the mantle of responsibility that comes with it. First, Anna steps forward, her eyes bright with pride. Her graceful posture and measured movements, honed through years of dance, lend an air of elegance to the moment. She meets Anarchy's gaze and repeats the oath with unwavering clarity. To walk in the shadows, but always strive for the light. To protect the weak and never seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. Energy smiles as she pins the golden harp to Anna's tunic, a symbol catching the light like a melody in the air. Welcome, Harper, she says softly. Anna bows, her heart swelling with the significance of her new title. Next, Conry steps forward, his stoic expression betraying a rare flicker of emotion. He repeats the oath quietly, but with the strength of his conviction, his voice steady and sure. To walk in the shadows, but always strive for the light, to protect the weak and never seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. NRZ pins the emblem to Conry's robes, her eyes locking with his in silent understanding. He knows that his path of peace and balance aligns perfectly with the Harper's creed. Welcome, Harper, she says, and Conry nods solemnly, his resolve deepened. Ray is next. His roguish smirk softens as he steps up, his eyes flashing a mix of excitement and caution. He hesitates only briefly before repeating the oath, his voice carrying a quiet determination. To walk in the shadows, but always strive for the light, to protect the weak and never seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. NRZ pins the harp to Ray's cloak, her smile knowing. Welcome, Harper, she says. Ray nods, feeling the weight of the pin, its significance settling over him like a mantle of purpose. No longer just a thief or a spy, he was something more now. Ferris steps forward, his face calm, but his eyes sharp with understanding. The bond he feels to the natural world and its balance is mirrored in the words of the oath he recites, his voice carrying the quiet authority of the ranger he has become. To walk in the shadow, but always strive for the light, to protect the weak, and to never seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. NRZ pins the golden harp to Ferris's tunic, and her hand resting briefly on his shoulder. Welcome, Harper, she says, her voice filled with respect for the quiet strength he embodies. Ferris nods, knowing his path as protector of the wild now runs deeper. LaFay steps forward, but hesitates. His fiery presence, once tempered by the solemnity of the moment, now reflects an inner conflict. With a deep breath, he speaks. I cannot take this oath. My path is bound to the natural world, but my heart is not here. I walk a different road, one that does not align with the Harper's cause. NRZ nods, her expression understanding but solemn. The choice is yours, LaFay. You have walked with us in shadow and in light, and that is enough. LaFay bows his head respectfully, stepping back into the group, his connection to his companions unchanged, even though he forges his own way. Finally, Xander steps forward, his golden eyes gleaming with an inner light, their depths reflecting both the weight of his celestial heritage and the mysteries of his warlock powers. His voice is low but resolute as he speaks the Harper's Oath, each word carrying the hum of arcane power and divine purpose beneath the surface. To walk in the shadow but always strive for the light, protect the weak, and never to seek power for its own sake. We serve balance and justice, always vigilant, always true. NRZ pins the harp to Xander's robe. She smiles warmly, her expression conveying respect for the enigmatic figure before her. Welcome, Harper, she says, her tone acknowledging the unique path he walks. Xander inclines his head in gratitude, but as his eyes drop to the pin gleaming on his chest, something unexpected happens. The golden harp shimmers faintly, its light blending and shifting in ways imperceivable to others. For Xander alone, a subtle glow surrounds the emblem, almost as if the symbol itself is alive with hidden energy. His breath catches as a familiar warmth fills him, a presence, ancient and powerful, stirs within the depths of his mind. His benefactor, the unseen entity that granted his warlock powers, reaches out in silent approval. Xander's eyes narrow slightly as he studies the pen more closely, and for a fleeting moment, an intricate, barely perceptible rune reveals itself in the light, a symbol known only to him and his mysterious patron. It's a hidden message, a quiet acknowledgement from his benefactor, affirming that his choice to join the Harpers aligns with the greater plan. A sense of satisfaction washes over him, the rune fading quickly as it disappears, leaving only the golden harp pin gleaming on his chest. Xander feels a deeper connection, not just to the Harpers, but to the destiny his benefactor has subtly guided him towards. With all the pin bestowed, Anarchy steps back, surveying the newly sworn Harpers before her. The weight of their shared oath settles over the room, binding them not just to the Harpers, but to each other. May your past always seek the balance we strive for, Anarchy says softly, her voice filled with pride. You are now part of something larger. Welcome, Harpers. Welcome to the Harpers. The adventurers stand, each feeling significant of the moment in their own way, united in purpose and ready for whatever challenges lie ahead. Comments?
No, that was good.
Good job,
yeah,
everybody.
What do you say to that?
Good mission.
You did also mention a couple of other epilogues that you thought you might follow up on.
Yeah, so there was the deal with Wormworks. So I should let them know the status of that whole deal.
Okay.
Obviously, there's no dragon corpse to loot.
You also thought about updating Lady Illustrial?
Yes.
And I will, of course, update Master Dragich.
Dragich? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. But that's
for
something you
another
would
time.
do one-on-one.
Yeah, absolutely. Ray's kind of sort of in my fold, but,
So,
Business associates, if nothing else.
that's correct. Yes.
to the High Palace and Lady Illustrial?
Sure.
Yep.
Yeah, in fact, I think I bankrolled part of your dojo, didn't I, Matt?
Yes. You were a what is it? You were in on the ground floor.
Ground floor.
You were a.
I got founders shares.
Yeah, you got a founder. You're one of the crowdsource, right?
Right.
All right.
You have the founders pack.
A little short on time, and I do want to get through these epilogues. Jump on in here.
Yep.
The High Palace of Silvery Moon is as magnificent as ever, with its gleaming towers and enchanted banners fluttering in the soft twilight. The party moves through the grand halls with a quiet sense of accomplishment, their steps echoing faintly against the polished marble floors. The vaulted ceilings, intricately inscribed with glowing runes, casting ethereal light on their path as they approach the heart of the palace, where Lady Illustrial holds court. As they enter the grand chamber, the familiar warmth of magic and wisdom fills the air. Lady Illustrial, her silver hair shimmering like moonlight, sits upon her throne, a figure of grace and authority. Around her are the counselors and mages of Silvery Moon, the robes rustling softly as they turn their attention to the group. The court is a space of majesty and power where every whispered word seems to carry the weight of history. The adventurers, now bearing the newly acquired Harper pins on their chest, bow respectfully before the Lady of Silvery Moon. Illustrial's piercing glare falls upon each of them, a small smile playing at the corner of her lips as acknowledgments of their presence. Anna steps forward, her voice clear and filled with respect. Lady Illustrial, we return to you with news of our mission. We have struck a peace between the Green Dragon Grydrig and the Moonwith Dryad Lila Mosslash. Thanks to your blessing, we were able to mediate a resolution without further bloodshed, and the balance of the forest has been restored. Illustrial's eyes sparkle with interest as she listens, her hands resting gracefully on the arms of the throne. You have achieved what many thought would have thought impossible, she replies, her voice soft yet commanding. To placate a dragon without resorting to violence is a rare feat. It speaks not only to your strength, but to your wisdom. Bryden's restraint is a reflection of your skill in diplomacy, a talent that will serve you well in your days to come. Her gaze shifts slightly, landing on the golden Harper pins that each member now proudly wears. A knowing smile forms on her lips. I see you have found favor with the Harpers, she observes, her tone approving. It is no small honor to be counted among their ranks. They do not choose lightly. I have no doubt that they, like I, will be watching your progress with great interest. The adventurers exchange glances, a quiet pride swelling in their hearts. Lady Illustrial rises slowly from her throne, her presence commanding yet serene, and steps forward to stand before them. I foresee your accomplishments will grow in both number and significance, she continues. There is much to be done in these times of unrest. Your next steps may well lead you toward the troubles brewing west of Sunderbar. Orc war bands grow bolder, and I fear the Confederacy of the Silver Marches will soon need capable hands to help bring stability to the region. Her words hang in the air, carrying both a challenge and an invitation. Illustrial's gaze lingers on them, her confidence in their ability is clear. Should you find yourselves drawn to Sunderbar, know that my blessings follow you still. But take care, for the path ahead will not be easy. The orcs do not know the meaning of peace, and their hunger for war grows with every passing day. Xander, ever the observer, catches a glint in her eye as she speaks of the conflict. Perhaps Lady Illustrial, with her centuries of wisdom, knows more of the dangers ahead than she is letting on. Nonetheless, her faith in the group is unwavering, and her approval carries the weight of Silvermoon's highest authority. As Lady Illustrial concludes her remarks, her gaze softens, a hint of thoughtfulness crosses her features. She pauses for a moment before addressing the party once more, her voice gentle but with an unmistakable sense of importance. Before you depart on your next journey, she says, I would recommend you seek out Lady Tagarda. She is here, as is her custom, spending her time in the palace library, immersed in study. She has a deep connection to the natural world, and I believe she would appreciate hearing of your success in the Moonwood, especially regarding Grydrig. Her wisdom and counsel have proven invaluable to many, and she may have further insights to offer you before you leave Silvery Moon. The adventurers exchange glances, nodding in agreement. Lady Tagarda, the elven scholar and dragon expert who had advised them before their confrontation with Grydrig, had indeed provided them with vital knowledge. It would only be fitting to update her on the resolution with the Green Dragon and hear any thoughts she might have about the future. Celestial smiles, knowing her knowing eyes lingering on the group. I'm certain she will be pleased to hear how you handle the situation. She spends much of her time in the library's eastern wing, where the record of nature and the ancient lore of dragons are kept. Do not keep her waiting too long. Knowledge, like time, is a precious thing. With that, she offers the party a final nod of encouragement, signaling the end of their audience with her. The adventurers bow once more and turn to leave, their thoughts now focused on the upcoming meeting with Lady Tagarda. As they make their way out of the Grand Hall and into the quiet quarters of the High Palace, the sense of their accomplishment thus far mingles with anticipation of what Lady Tagarda may yet share. The path ahead is still uncertain, but the guidance of the figures like Illustrial and Tagarda will surely help light their way. Did I ask if you're going to go to the library?
You
On
do
the
that.
library. I think the little blinking trail goes towards the library.
The waypoint moved, so we follow.
Another one of our optional things ticked off disappears.
Complete 12 side quests. Complete.
As the adventurers step into the library, they are greeted by the familiar scent of parchment and the sight of towering shelves filled with books and scrolls. Lady Tagarda, seated at a long table, looks up from her reading as they approach. Her ageless eyes, filled with wisdom, scan each of them with quiet curiosity. Her expression is calm but attentive, her presence carrying an undeniable sense of gravitas. Ray begins to recount their journey, speaking of the brownie Eldrin and the group's encounter with the unicorn Lyriel. As he mentions the unicorn, Lady Tagarda's expression softens, and a warm, knowing smile plays across her lips, as though the memory of such a creature brings her quiet joy. Ferris continues the tale, detailing the test of heart purity that he faced. His voice is steady as he recalls the experience, Lady Tagarda listens closely, her gaze resting on him for a long moment, as if assessing his character in a deeper way. Conry follows, describing the night the party spent with the woodsman, whom they later learned was Desildaridon Silverwing, a great silver dragon. As he speaks, Lady Tagarda's expression changes subtly. Her golden eyes gleam with something akin to amusement or recognition, but she says nothing, something allowing them to continue. The Fae picks up the story, explaining how the party approached the Green Dragon and negotiated a peaceful resolution. He speaks of how they persuaded the dragon to adopt a more cooperative role in the Moonwood. Lady Tagarda listens carefully, her expression serene, but with a hint of approval in her eyes. Anna then recounts the group's encounter with the Erichin Ithil elves and how they gained the trust of Theoden Ziltris. She speaks with pride of their successful diplomacy, and Lady Tagarda acknowledges with a slight nod, clearly impressed by their careful handling of the elusive elves. Finally, Xander steps forward and describes the group's induction into the Harpers. He shares how they accepted the Harper pins and swore the oaths. Lady Tagarda's expression remains calm, but there is a subtle shift in her demeanor, as if she approves of their new role as Harpers. When the tale is finished, Lady Tagarda closes the tome before her, her hands resting lightly atop it. She regards the group in silence for a moment, her eyes sweeping over her before she speaks. You have undertaken a journey that few would have prepared to face, she says, her voice quiet but filled with warmth, and you've done so with courage, wisdom, and integrity. The Moonwood, and those who call it home, are better for your actions. Her gaze lingers a bit on Pharos, though it seems to touch each of them in turn. You have shown that true strength comes not from power or force, but from understanding, compassion, and heart. That is a rare quality, one that will serve you well in the challenges to come. She pauses, her golden eyes reflecting the quiet strength of her words. As Harpers now, you will face more trials, but you have proven yourself worthy of the trust placed in you, and I look forward to hearing of your future accomplishments. Lady Tagarda's knowing smile returns, a gentle yet profound expression that hints of a deeper knowledge. As she rises from her chair to see them off, her gaze once again seems to linger at the mention of Silverwing, though she offers no further explanation. The adventurers, feeling the weight of her approval, leave the library with a sense of accomplishment, though they sense there is something more to Lady Tagarda. They cannot place yet what it might be. For now, they carry with them the knowledge that they have earned her respect and perhaps gained an ally of considerable power. Anna, roll insight.
As we're leaving, or I will give her a common, like, not greeting, but farewell message in Draconic.
Oh, that's what I was thinking.
She smiles at that gesture. Aaron, I'm waiting on Anna's insight roll.
All right.
Ooh. Fascinating. One last little epilogue, thanks to her good roll.
All right.
After leaving the library, the party walks through the elegant halls of the palace, their boots echoing softly on the polished floor. The grandeur of Silvermoon's high palace surrounds them, but the atmosphere is lighter now that they have shared their adventure with both Lady Alestrio and Lady Tagarda. As they make their way towards the moon bridge, there's a moment of quiet reflection, but Anna lingers behind, her thoughts racing. Once they're out of earshot of any palace guards or curious onlooker, Anna pauses, her brow furrowed in concentration. She takes a deep breath, and the party senses she has something important to share. Wait, says softly, her eyes gleaming with excitement of a discovery. There's something I need to tell you all. Something about Lady Tagarda. The group stops.
She's Silver, what's his name's wife?
The group stops, turning to her with expectant expressions. Ray, ever curious, raises an eyebrow. What is it, Anna? Anna looks around cautiously, ensuring their privacy before speaking in a low voice. Agent Agarda, she's not just an advisor or scholar. I believe she's Valamaradase, the Golden Dragon Queen of the North. The group exchanges incredulous glances, unsure of what to make of this sudden revelation. He's a dragon? LeFay asks, his eyes widening in disbelief. Anna nods, her voice calm but insistent. Think about it. Her reactions when we mentioned the unicorn, her smile at the name of Desildaridin Silverwing, her consort, the great silver dragon. And her knowledge of dragons is unmatched. She is far more than she appears. Ferris's eyes narrow, considering Anna's word. She did seem to know more than she let on about dragons, and her presence, it was powerful. Conry crosses his arms, his usual calm demeanor giving way to curiosity. You're certain? Anna nods again, her certainty growing. I'm certain. Valamira Dase is a protector of these lands, and she's been known to take human form and walk among the people. Her wisdom, her grace, her connection to Elestrial, all of it makes sense. Ray smirks, leaning back slightly. So we've been sharing stories with the Queen of Dragons herself? No wonder she seems so amused. Xander, quiet until now, speaks up, his golden eyes thoughtful. If it's true, then we've been in the presence of something truly ancient and powerful. It's not every day that one stands before a dragon of her stature. The group falls silent, the weight of Anna's revelation sinking in, the realization that they had stood before Valamara Dase, the ancient golden dragon, fills them with a mix of awe and reverence. Anna gives a small, satisfied smile. We should keep this knowledge to ourselves for now. I don't think she would have appreciated us drawing attention to her identity while we were in her presence. The party nods in agreement, understanding the gravity of the situation. They continue to walk across the mood bridge, each of them pondering the implication of discovery.
I knew it. Probably Xander didn't hit on her.
No,
He's gonna come back later.
I'm monogamous.
No, well, the redhead was obviously more interested in me.
Well, I did notice a little bit of that. I did. It's a little elf on elf thing.
Yeah,
Fine.
exactly.
So ends chapter 8. Congratulations. Please add 2,000 experience points.
Oh wow.
1,000.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the dragon.
I am working on
So
making your base of operation.
Okay.
Well, I will have that ready for chapter 9.
Are you using Dungeon Alchemist?
I am, but I'm also
You're
learning.
enjoying it?
Yeah, but I'm having to learn it, so I'm, tripping over stuff and having to start over. And
Yeah, I get it.
any questions?
I'm glad we didn't die.
Yeah, but did you die?
How long of downtime are we going to be taking?
You don't have any ticking time bombs in front of you.
So then for the party, how long of a downtime are we going to take?
I don't know.
I mean, there were several threads dropped through all that. I hope you picked up on them.
Yeah, the biggest one is we really probably should have talked to her about the relic. I don't know if we need to talk to her or we need to talk to, I think the dragon would probably be the biggest one. I'm sorry, the librarian.
I think getting some information on our own first.
Yeah.
To be able to come
I
at
don't know.
it.
I kind of figured that was implied that we were going to tell them, somebody, Harper's or somebody, about.
We can always tell them later.
I suppose we need to go back to the dragon woman because she'll probably understand better what the green dragon guy wants that relic for.
I
You
would
know what I
imagine
mean?
he already has it.
Well,
I
I
don't think
doubt if
so.
he has it, but he now
No.
knows that the orcs have it, and we're going to
That's-
be out hunting
yeah.
for orcs probably.
Yes,
Correct. That's definitely my assumption.
Well, there's all kinds of ways Chapter 9 can go.
Mm-hmm.
They're all back safe and sound in Silvery Moon. Thatchers have certainly been elevated.
All right, good stuff, Howard. Good chapter. Appreciate it.
That was fun, Howard.
Yeah, a lot of work in that. I
Yeah,
do
totally.
get what Mike was saying was like, you're not running the next iteration, are you? It's gonna go switch over to Mike's.
Yeah.
All right.
That was the plan, unless Mike says that he.
Yeah.
Chapter 9 is written. Haven't really considered it imminent.
Well, I think the reason Mike brought that up was to figure out what we wanted to do with our downtime activity.
Yeah.
There'll no doubt be some stuff involved with setting up a shop and
Right.
all that, but be some
Well,
personal
that
growth
and it's also
issues.
like in game. It's almost winter,
Uh-huh.
and I don't know that we want to be like doing foot traffic over mountains
No?
in winter.
Well, we have the gear for it.
We do, but it's still an easy way to die.
You can always crawl inside a tauntaun.
Well, I'd say,
Yeah.
I'd probably say in Faerun, adventuring is probably an easy way to die. But I don't think the winter should necessarily stop us. But if we wanted to, we could take a thing and wait till spring.
I
that'd
guess
be
the question
months.
is like how bad are winters in this area?
So in Silvery Moon, it's hardly even noticeable because the weather is climate controlled with the minerals. Outside of Silvery Moon, it's the north. No, so
Right.
it's cold. So it will complicate traveling in the wild.
I mean, I don't know how much the orcs would campaign in the winter anyway. It was a pretty common thing, through most wars that everybody just kind of knocks it off in the winter
Right.
and waits until next spring to start killing each other again.
Yeah.
Tell that to the Germans in World War II against the Russians.
Yeah, well, they learned the hard way. Why
Didn't work
why
out
you
well
don't?
for them
There's a reason you don't invade Russia.
because there's nothing there worth having.
Because never get involved in a land war in Asia.
Right.
So did you
So-
guys?
All right,
Did you guys like all the? I'm sorry, I did a ton of reading tonight because
Right.
you guys like all that. By the way, I rewrote some of that on the fly, based upon your.
Did you use AI to write some of that?
I use AI and really kind of make the frame of it,
Okay, that's okay.
but I hard to.
Yeah, you can't just plunk down an AI thing and just run with it. I mean, it's going to be all funky. At least I don't know.
What I did ask AI tonight, I take what I had written and said, okay, LaFay's going to decline the pin. Modify this for me. And it very quickly made those adjustments. Or,
Right.
hey,
Cool.
we're going to go back to the Glen as a group. It would help me make those adjustments relatively quicker, but I still had to play with it.
Okay, I got you.
That's-
That's an
I
interesting
like
tool. I've
Howard,
never
it-
used it.
it was a little much, I have to say, and I understand you're trying to get through it tonight. I like it in small doses,
Mhm.
but I would like to kind of be able to retain our own voices. I almost thought in some cases it was dominating what we were saying rather than us saying it ourselves. And I understood it. So I guess the gist of it is I like it in small doses, and I think it has its place, but probably not too much.
No,
I
well, if you notice, most of chapter 8 was really you guys going through the midwest,
Ye-
going through encounters, and it's only when you get to this epilogue stuff that it gets really heavy with it.
Yeah. No, I get it. Yeah. So yeah, no, I understand its place, but yeah, tonight it was a little much.
Yeah, I get that. I was just trying to convey a whole lot of information in a short window.
No, I know, I understand.
Yeah, I get it. There were pieces that we almost asked you to narrate, right? Like
Yep.
the discussion with the dragon, right? And
right.
that all sounded good, right? I mean, I think that all made sense and made us a little more polished than what we probably really are. It,
Made us
And
look
Certainly
it would
down.
that.
take us, it would take us like 3 days to get down to what we would need to say.
there's some truth there. Yeah.
Yeah,
We
I
had to
definitely
discuss
polished
it
this
as we were having the
Most
discussion.
of us being knuckle draggers.
Well, we're so worried about what to say sometimes and what the implications are going to be and how we're going to say it that I think we kind of get in our own way sometimes.
So, for instance, the encounter
Off we
at Saloon's Meadow, when Brad spoke up and said Xander wouldn't go along with that, and then adapted that whole bit
Yep.
of the
Well, I noticed
encounter
that.
to put in that objection. The same, was true with a number of different things. When you guys changed some things, I very quickly changed that. So I tried to reflect your choices and your decisions about what the character would do in those dialogues. Not trying to choose your choices. I'm just more trying to speak like the character would speak.
As
Yeah,
we
I mean, it's
should be
pretty cool you'll be
speaking
able
for
to
the
do that.
character.
I'm gonna have to go, guys.
All right.
You want to set a date? I'm gonna worry about a date, or you want to take care of that
Yeah.
Yeah,
another
we probably
time?
should while everybody's here.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'd like to if we can.
Okay. Let's see. I can't do next Sunday, but I can do the 13th, October 13th.
That's the end of Guy's weekend.
Oh, okay.
I could do it because Guy's weekend ends at noon. That's going to be probably having to deal with traveling back and having been gone all weekend. I don't know.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
gonna
it's not all over.
Yeah, he's
Hopefully not too much.
he's gonna be gone for 2 whole days and then come back in town and go, "Hey, great to see you, but now I need to go hide in front of the computer for another 4
Right.
hours." So I'll let him object if he wants to do
Yeah,
that.
it might be a little much.
Yeah, I'm
I read
sure
that.
as soon
I
as the
read that
13th,
itinerary.
go.
He's going to be going through morning church all hungover.
Well, I don't know about that.
So are we looking at October 20th?
Are you out that entire weekend there, Elmer?
No, I'm not. I'm going to a Steve Miller concert that
Oh, that's
weekend.
right. That's right. Yep. I'm sorry.
Is that
Okay,
on
go
on
ahead.
Saturday?
Yeah.
Okay, well that's the heart of the whole Guy's weekend. Yeah, Friday and Sunday are just kind of the bookends. Saturdays.
I could do the 20th.
So the 20th?
That's good for me.
What are we looking at here?
20th is fine.
October 20th.
Okay.
Same bat time.
Yeah.
Mike, is that going to be good for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Kind of run the show here now.
Yep.
All right, I got it.
All right, I'll kill you guys on the 20th. I'll see you guys on the 20th.
Come up with some good death, please.
you know,
Yep.
I will do my best
All
to
right.
kill someone.
That's awesome.
I won't say who it is. We'll let the dice decide. But I will try and kill someone.
Make it a roll. Make it a roll of the dice.
By the way, one of these times, speaking of
there's 6 of us
writing all that,
or 5 of us.
What?
I did also write in possibilities that you guys got into a fight tonight, and I think it was going to fall from that. So that was on the table, by the way.
Yeah.
What was that again?
Good.
He cut out.
He said it was on the table. Death was on the table tonight.
Well, no, a fight was on the table
Oh, fight was on the table.
With the dragon.
with the dragon.
Or with the elves.
That would have been interesting.
There was a
I'm
chance.
still curious to test our abilities, but tonight probably wasn't the night. So
Yeah. I will come up with like something very difficult and trying for you guys combat wise. Game 1.
Oh,
Game 1. Okay. All right.
So study your character.
somebody's gonna die. I like it.
Study your character so you're not struggling to figure out now what does this guy do again.
Yeah.
There is
But I
gonna
have
be
to
some
work on it because I forget.
some recap, and then there's the personal quests. Just as a reminder.
Yeah.
Um.
I'm gonna go. Bye.
Yeah.
All right.
Thanks,
You
Jason.
Yes.
splitting up your experience 5 ways?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we are giving experience.